Alrighty, hello. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another coding stream today, and I've got a number of things I'm looking to get into. So let me jump right in and also set chat. Chat always starts as top chat, and I like to set it to live chat because we don't really tend to have interference in here. It's all good, as it were. And here's where we're at. Tuesday, I stayed extra late. Don't mind me. I am probably going to end up taking like a week in a bit, but not right this instant. We're busy doing something like this. It's a new form of plugin using an altered version of a sine approximation for a soft clip. Dang, excuse me. I'm going to go and fish out audio for this. I feel like I'm going to want to use audio. Not the most convenient system, but there it is. I'm always just working with what I've got, so I feel that's pretty normal. And here's what I've got today. I've got, I think maybe a little work to do here. In order to create a plugin that I will call Taypack, and I guess we're not quite ready for sound yet. Mind you, I have not finished my second cup of coffee for the day yet, and Chad hasn't had a word to say yet, so but has given a like, so thank you. I like you too. Here's what I was up to. Let's just compare these two things, because they've become different things. They both have the same stuff, like a crossover thing which will show me the position of the zero crossing in the sine. But we've also got more to it than that, in that my current version runs the sine emulation and then immediately follows with it an arcsine emulation, because I had notions of what I would like to do with the sound. Actually, I might even be able to demonstrate it. And this is not all for directly being used like this. So I'm pretty sure I left it up, and I did some more reverbs this morning. Spent an hour doing more reverbs this morning. I think this will produce a noise. Yeah, here we go. So we've got this, right? That's not all that different from the sound, because this is running through essentially a console system. It's doing the distortion and then an undistortion, but those are different. So we can do this. So the plugin that I'm going to make isn't going to sound like that, because what you're hearing is not so much a sound effect, but what it would be like to run a console version based on this technology at full blast while cranking through it as loudly as you can. And one doesn't normally try to do that with console. It's not really designed that you have to turn all of the inputs up as loud as you can make them. It's designed to be more like, let's see, I've been peaking out at about 1.73. That's now peaking out at too hot. But that's cool because headroom. So I can have it sounding kind of similar. When used as a console system, it is designed to sound the same. But what I'm thinking is separate things. One of them, this one called Tape Pack, well, that's going to be a sound effect, and we don't get to hear it right now because I went and continued it onwards to do the ArcSine version, and I'm probably going to save this because this is actually also simultaneously a way that I can dial in degenerate sines and degenerate arc sines, up to and including, we've got this many additional factors that we get to include. For this one, the accurate setting is to have these all at 1, and then that makes a sine approximation as close as it can get. For this one, the accurate settings are with all these at 0.5. And if we do that, they produce a accurate setting. So I can actually quit out of here. I'm going to be replicating the settings of some of those in the current plugin that I'll be putting out. And then I'd like to explore some EQ things because I have some things in mind as far as essentially I don't see why I can't run with the Smooth EQ plugin and add more bands to it and make something where I can do like my primary console EQing using the joysticks in my control surface. I've got that set up, which I originally intended strictly for parametrics, and they're meant to raise these narrow little boosts, and they're sort of analog flavored narrow boosts. That's what you get with Console X. I also find them convenient to reach for. I would show you, but then I'd have to kill you. No, I would show you, but I don't have a camera on it at the moment. Thing is, wouldn't it be convenient to have this sort of thing just as a gains and then a controllable 4-band EQ? Perhaps controllable 4-band, like everything in the lower section of my control surface. Namely, there'd be a high pass, there'd be a low pass, you got bass, low mid, high mid, and treble. I'd probably keep my discontinuity plugin and pan, and then levels. And I use my levels with the Reaper script that I wrote called Airwindows, and that's working out pretty well for me so far. But all this other stuff, like I've got a even more complicated than usual dynamics setup built into Console X. It's running inside Stonefire, and that's a unorthodox approach. Like, you can do weird, interesting, cool things. Before 23, what would be better is wait until 2 tape 9. There will be a 2 tape 9. It will include the tape pack algorithm, which beats the pants out of everything else that I found. I'll get back to that when I start being able to show you what this thing actually sounds like. I continued to refine it after Tuesday. Turns out Wednesday I was doing some of this stuff, but it also ended up with continuing to refine it, and I will show you when I can. It's not quite ready to show yet. That's what I'll be doing today on the stream. And the reason I keep looking over at my, I can turn on my blinking lights. See? Blinking lights. The reason I keep looking over at the control surface is that we've got all this goofy stuff, but I keep thinking about, like, is Control X really the final state, or is it simply me trying to take everything that's in an SSL console and go even farther than that, ignoring the fact that I'm not the biggest SSL console mix fan. I tend to like some other stuff. And specifically emulating things like an MCI, which I have done in my way, isn't necessarily where I'd want to go, because I'd want to be able to drop back to a smooth EQ style EQ, just so that it can be set to neutral and not interfere with the sound very much, but also be able to interfere with the sound quite aggressively. And I got all these controls, like the joysticks and the little controls in the middle there. And it just feels like there could be possibilities for making that work. You know, I've got my send controls for reverbs and stuff, and I've been working on the reverbs. I've got reverb stuff in the pipeline ready to start coming out. It's all happening as fast as I can. I can only do it so fast. And yeah, like, one of the things that does occur to me, I like the idea that I had around console H, which I have promised to give people by 2026. So I'm going to have to kick into high gear and start really cranking away on that, which should be, that'll be a ride, but I think I can get there. And the big thing I hit upon with that one was, wouldn't it be cool if I ran two separate banks of filters, and the one bank of filters is like a clean smooth EQ style, without much in the way of extra controls. And then the range control that I'm using in Stonefire could be reassigned to crossfade between the output of that smooth EQ thing and the sharp parametrics, which will have bit crush built into them. And I have a plugin coming out. It's, I think I ended up calling it Debez, which has some other qualities going on. But one of the things it does is the derezzing thing, which I wanted to use, namely, in the center, it's at full resolution, which I'm going to have to make sure that you can get there with it. And then as you go to either side, it goes to bit crush results. But one of them, the bit crush, is centered on, you know what, I could probably show you that. It's not out yet, but I built it on this computer. I bet I could show you that. Let's see whether that's true. Debez, where are you? Haha, there it is. So you get to do this. Oh, not that. Sorry, I have just rendered it twice rather than showing it. No matter. So Debez, that is the Bezier filtering in its current state. But this is what I was telling you about. So you go all the way to the right, and that is, you can't really hear it properly. Let me set it up so you can. If you do this, you're bit crushing based around 0. But if you do the other, you're bit crushing based around half of a bit offset. So you can go between this, which is a compressy-like sound, and this, which is a gated-like sound. And using that, you sort of dial in the flavor of bit crush that you want. Well, you can also get gnarly with it. See, that's pretty funky. And we even have an invoet. And what that does is it will fade between it being more, the inverse, as in more like a gate or more like a compression. So we can do funky, weird things with that. And that is a piece of what I want to put in to console H. In other words, the parametric EQs will just sort of be peaky boosts, and you dial in. To some extent, it will manipulate how sharp of a boost it is, and it'll probably be like bringing up to a broad boost as bringing it up to 0 from full subtract. Full subtract would be as broad as possible, but also it'll gradually cut down to 0. And then as you boost harder, it will not only get louder, but it gets sharper and sharper. And this two-direction deres here will be inside each of those. So it will be pre-filter and also post-filter. You'll get a input filtering, and then you hit the deres, and then you have output filtering on top of that. So picking which one it is that you want to use is going to have a significance, but they will also all get independent gatage or compressage. And you can make a strange, unreasonable sound out of combining all of those together and managing everything's like bandwidth and whether it's acting compressy or gatey or whatever, which kind of I'm probably going to need to set it up so that it can gate even harder. Like this is all very well and good, but I feel like it needs to go even farther until it is just getting the heck out of literally everything except for the hottest peaks. You should be able to bring it to silence if you crank it all the way to 0, and then bring in only as much gating as you want, independent upon what kind of level is coming out. But yeah, so I did that. And some of the other ideas going around will be part of console H. But as usual, I've already moved kind of past it, and I'm thinking in terms of, well, what would I want to use if I wanted to come through with yet another console variation that would be like my style of it? What would that be? Because I like certain kinds of sort of analog flavored sounds, but I also don't want everything to be a complete... One of the things that's bugging me a little bit it's not that bad, but it's bugging me a little bit about Console X is that it does seem to have a pervasive sound to it. And Console X is not like, for instance, Console 0, which Console 0 is extremely free of additional sound being brought in. It's very clean. And I'm just looking to optimize around that, which is something that I can do with the stuff I'm currently working on. Like, for instance, I'm about to work on this, but I had this, and I'm going to show you something. And when I'm finished showing you something, I am going to zip off and start doing this actual work, which you can hang with me while I do that. But here's what I was doing to bring it to this stage. I will show you what I got up to when I left off and decided that I had a final version of both of these plugins. Or it's not really both of these plugins, because it's not really both of these plugins, but this complementary distortion and anti-distortion. And cool. I'm happy to hear that. I'm quite happy with the newer Macs I work with, which this is not one of them. This tends to heat up as I run these things through it, but I'm doing my initial builds for retro stuff. Whether you can run many tracks of my stuff on retro stuff is another story entirely. But let's see, we were doing a lot of this on Tuesday. But here's something interesting. I think I have it saved, actually. Let's see. Looks like I do. Yep, that looks the same. It has to be set up the same way as the rest of this. And output, do not think that's actually the correct answer. I think I'm going to want output to be 1. And I'll find out quickly enough if that's true. And we don't really need to worry about the shifting of bits today. So if this worked, I can do this. Oh, it's really chugging. This is not a happy plugin. So that's not telling you very much. And we're openly hearing sounds as they get more and more aggressive. So what you're hearing, and this is really better done not in this context, but in applying it and looking at the output result. I'm pretty sure I was listening to this and seeing what it did with the previous build. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, that's not really what I had in mind, but this, on the other hand, might be. Let's take this area and normalize it. I'm just looking to see whether I can get to where I'm seeing what I was designing this around. Ah. Okay, so here's how this whole system tends to go into runaway and become uncontrolled. But if I do this, you'll see what I was designing around. This is the output waver of both of those plugins run into each other as used in a console system. The ticks are the cross-through as the initial sign goes down and then swoops up through this other middle section and then down again. What that means is this combination of two plugins makes this particular irregularity, that running through both of them will cause the transfer function to be a little bit, it's a little bit like density in the negative direction in its quietest parts heading up to here. That's going to lean things out a little bit. It's going to make it not sound overly thick and forward. And then as we go here, it starts flattening out the distortion, so it's doing a fairly smooth transfer. And this point here is exactly canceling out. And then as it gets to its most extreme peak, that most extreme peak is slightly, it's a little bit more of a bump as it starts to go up in level. And then the fact that it's crossing over again is the maximum peak is again slightly less than a perfectly accurate sine and arc sine calculation. And then it reverses itself, goes back through zero here, and then does the same thing in inverse, and then goes back through zero and cuts off there. This is all about me trying to make the thing do that change I had for what I'm going to be calling tape hack plugin. It's all about trying to make the waveform go into a saturation where there's a soft saturation as it goes into flat topping, but then it just continues to expand the length of the flat topping as the corner gets sharper and sharper and sharper. But while it is doing this, it is actively fighting to not have the zero cross point get steeper and steeper in correlation with how loud the sine actually is as it clips. It's trying to lean out the zero cross section as much as it's fattening up the peaks. And when I walk through all the rest of this and I'm able to show you again what it sounds like, I'll be able to demonstrate something like that with it. I may be able to show one thing. If I quit this and then put the line of code that I had there back, because this was input sample minus equals dry sample times A literally means, and this is probably what was doing it, like I'm not clipping the dry sample, but I am clipping everything else, and so that's going into full distortion. I bet I know how I did this the first time around. I remember it was only yesterday, so yeah, I do know. So all I gotta do is delete that, and then we're getting the output. Well, no, that's still not right, is it? But I can keep this the way it is, not change any of the settings that I need to memorize, but leave out the whole, if I remember what to type, the whole arcsine version. And then if I do that and build that, I can show you how the harmonics build up on the actual waveform. This was all stuff I was doing all Tuesday and Wednesday. If I seem a little bit confuzzled, it's because there's a lot to this and it's exhausting and there's too much. But I can still get through. I have just deleted the version that would be like tape hack a bus, as it were, because I'm trying to set this up to function as simply what it would sound like as a distortion. I'd like to show that. Hopefully I can. I bet I can. So in so doing, I have to do some of these little things that I can't be clear-headed enough to do it. I'm due for a rest, so expect that at one of these weeks I'm going to be like, I'm going to go away for a couple of weeks. See you in September. That's happening. It's no sign of dire anything. It's just the nature of things. So let's see. Here is what tape hack will sound like. And we're getting... Oh, wait, I can't do that, can I? I'm sorry, I'm rattling my room. So you can't properly hear it, but I tell you what, you can see what it looks like, even if we can't hear it properly, because I'm just blowing up the microphone, and you can't really hear the harmonics, because before you hear what they're actually doing... Oh, wait, I can... Hang on. What am I talking about? I have something set up that I can show you. Bear with me while I struggle through all of this. Maybe next week what I should do is just like Minecraft or something. Also, before I did see your question, I'm a little confuzzled. No sound. Just picture. Do I have... I bet I know what that is. I bet I do. Yeah, add tick is there. I need to take that out right now. And output probably doesn't matter. I can have it be this, it'll be fine. Yeah, so why do I find it a problem that Console X has a sound? Because it's constraining the envelope of the resulting mix. The mix is being confined within something. I'd like to shape the space it's in, but I'm not completely in love with the underlying tone that Console X gives. And so, as always, I am interested in continuing to pursue what I can do beyond that. It doesn't mean that Console X is wrong. It doesn't mean that it's wrong for it to have a sound. Honestly, I kind of intentionally tried to lean it towards an SSL sound simply because it has all of those controls on it, plus more. And I know that's a popular sound. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't like to just invent a sound and run with that. Even so doing, I would, for instance, if I did a sound and it was like perfect, uncolored, can pass any sound through without changing it, that's just a DAW. That's just a digital audio workstation. The digital audio workstation all by itself will let you pass through any test tone, out, through it and out the other side, without any tonal coloration whatsoever. And I already don't know that I don't like the sound of that. So, in a sense, having a sound is like where we come in. It's just that I don't want... I'm trying to decide what type of sound is going to work better for me. Like, you can run console channel and then console bus with everything set to 0 and observe how does that change the tone of the thing. I feel like maybe with this current plugin or what I'm working on here, this might be beating the quote-unquote sound of Console X already, simply by virtue of what I was doing with sort of the envelope. And that's because the stuff that I was paying attention to, Spencer's work with that tape element thing that he'd invented, and me trying to bring that into, well, literally this. We can run this, but we can also look at it, because I can't honestly hear it very well because my room just starts rattling. Hey, Frog and Noel, doing okay. I'm very scattered, and it's obvious that I'm going to need to... Oh, that didn't work at all. I should not be engaging the shifting of bits on the output of this, because if I want to look at the output of it, and that's just playing it. No, no, no. My apologies for being so scattered. Again, I'm going to hang there with you today, and I may very well catch up with people next week, but we're getting very close to where I feel that I'm just not maintaining well enough, and I'm going to take a couple of weeks and just like rest before getting into the console H push. That is clearly what needs to happen. So this is what I thought I was going to do. Let's close this and look at what this did. Because this is the distortion you get out of what's going to be tape hack. And yeah, like, this is not me apologizing. I know that it is not like the world will end if I'm not like live streaming every Tuesday and Thursday and dropping a plugin every week. Nobody else does that. I'm just sort of giving forewarning, like it looks like I'm going to be taking a bit of downtime, and that's not today, but I see it, I feel it coming. So let me move this over so you can see it better. Actually, you could see it already, no matter, it's fine. Here's a sine. Here we start to distort. Gets louder. And then we've got a distorty thing. But what's also happening that you can't see very plainly, so what I should do is run it again. And I think that was what I was going to do in the first place, and I forgot. So I'll just reverse everything, and we'll get there. We'll get there. And I swear to God, I'm going to be stopping at 5 today. Oh God, yeah. Grins, I am back at work. I feel like there are some great things I can do today, but I refuse to have 3 cups of coffee today, and I refuse to work extra late today. And we're heading towards me taking a bit of downtime. But we're not there yet, so watch this. You can see how this is going into a saturation. This is designed so that the point at which it imposes a flat top is the point where that corner stops. But because this is not actually a pure sine calculation, because this is a deformed sine calculation that is not mathematically correct, it's doing 2 things. One of them is we get to see this happen. That top is simply, it's hitting, and then it is just plain extending the flat top, keeping it perfectly flat. So I get to just do that. That's what this one does when you hit it harder. But what you can't probably see, but if I remember 5 minutes from one moment to the next, what I was going to do was show you this in span. And what you can't see is that these are not forming a sine distortion function anymore. Because the sine distortion function does not give you this neat little trapezoid, this neat little flat top, and what looks kind of like a flat line between them. Instead, what a sine does is there's always squish, and it just squishes harder and harder, but it's never going to perfectly become a flat top. And it's also not going to keep this angle at an angle. It's going to get steeper and steeper, and that's what gives you the sound of, for instance, density, or the sound of some of the console versions. And definitely the thing that I was intending to do with this, see here we have our sine back again. What I meant to do and didn't, I'm gonna get on to the coding the thing soon enough, is if we can do this, we can shut off the sound so I'm not simply rattling my room, and you can watch how the harmonics get introduced. Except for we can't do that quite now because I have to remember to be able to make one change. I have the add tick control causing a little dot as the zero cross happens. And that's actually not what I want. So we're going to put these things back to what I had. Let's see, and then I'll put all this away and start coding. But having taken AdTech out, and that we're only doing this first section with these settings, which I can't change because these were in fact the right spot. I spent all of yesterday getting to this point. Watch this. See, now it's clean as anything. And as we go into the sine formulation, let me scooch it over so you can kind of sort of see where the dot is. As you distort more harmonics come up. Actually, let me, do I want to stop that? Perhaps not. So this is what I'm going to be building today. The more we distort, we kick into this phase where it switches to the flat top area. As we see that happening, that's the point at which the top of the curve literally became just 100% purely flat, rather than being part of a curve. This part, and the gain setting has something to do with it as well. Like I've got it turned up a fair bit. So if I turn it down to like, I can touch with that without messing with the other settings. I could even allow a certain amount of amplitude out. Now it's gain staged even lower. And again, the saturation here, the highs are extremely clean. They're hanging around trying to be 180 dB down. That's close to the theoretical maximum of a 24-bit wave. Some of this is probably because I gain staged and then did amplitude with it in this older version. So that stuff might be the underlying sign. But yeah, we're adding these harmonics, and then as it gets louder and louder, this gets up to the point where we're hard clipping, and that's about as far as you'd go for using it in a console system. Like it'll go up to there. And then if we decided to add loads and loads again, this is the kind of stuff we get available for, and now we can hear it fairly plainly, for tape-hack, which is people are going to be just slamming into it. It's going to be straight up a distortion device. And that's what it looks like when you have a flat top on the waveform rather than just a continuous curve, is that flat top is adding just the faintest discrepancies as it changes from curve to flat and then back again. Maximum amplitude is still like negative 144 dB. So that's still pretty clean. It's not the most perfectly even pattern, but it's pretty good. And the way I got that was by distorting really hard and then adjusting all of those settings until the peak of the maximum distortion part at its very loudest was giving me, see this curve there, was giving me the quietest 20K content. Hey Deferia, welcome. And so now we can do this. You'll notice that some of the harmonics are wavering and changing around, but that's basically, I'm more or less stuck with that. There's not much I can do about it because I'm doing this, I don't know if you call it nonlinearity, when I'm going to a point of actual clipping and the top of the wave becomes strictly just a line. But the other thing that's happening is how it's straightening out the center of the wave. And you know what? I am going to quit out of there because I don't think I need to refer to that any longer. My job today is actually porting this over to here. So first thing, the version is going to be thack. And I don't actually need any controls here. And I don't need the thing that I was using for track the zero cross, because that is a visual aid that I use to see how it's distorting, similar to what I was doing earlier, where I was distorting it and then subtracting the dry sample gain stage to be exactly the same volume, so that I could see where it departed. And again, the interesting thing about this is it means if I can describe where I want the sine effect and then also the reconstruction to depart from perfection, I can tune the sound of either something like this, which is what I've done, or an entire console system. Because all I have to do is, like, if I wanted to make a full console system where rather than doing the thing that I identified in Spencer's new tape emulation in hardware, and that's the whole thing behind Tape Hack here, and the work that I've been doing since Tuesday, is 100% all about introducing that little nonlinear. If anybody wants to refer to, I can show you what I'm talking about. It's a bit of a struggle keeping up with all this, I know. All Tuesday I was showing demonstrations of this research paper by this guy Spencer, and he'd measured out and come up with a way of doing a hardware device that emulates tape. And from what I can tell, he succeeded. If you want to buy a hardware tape emulation, Spencer's thing is probably what you should do. It's, as near as I can tell, it's going over very well with people. People love it. I don't need to copy his thing. But what I need to do is copy what he discovered, which is that there is that nonlinearity for recording on tape, not simply with going to distortion, not simply with how tape distorts as you throw high frequencies at it, because there's a limitation of coercivity where you can't magnetize a tape more than a certain amount. And if you have to include a bias current on it, well, then you're guaranteed to always be suppressing the high frequencies more than anything else. The thing that I observed in his paper was that he is also demonstrating what's called hysteresis. And what I see that meaning is if you underbias a tape or you don't bias a tape, there's that discontinuity as you sweep through silence. And as you sweep through silence, you're neither magnetizing the particles positively or negatively. They're just at zero. And if you're not biasing it, it's like it cuts out. I spent some of Tuesday demonstrating this. Demonstrating it with my chrome, no, not chrome oxide, I'm sorry, single-ended triode, which has a tape class AB and class B distortion. With no bias, essentially you do get class B distortion. In fact, that's present in my current two tape models. If you underbias it, you're doing that thing. What I didn't take into consideration was that even when you do bias, there is a percentage of time, much like using dither on digital audio, where both the bias and the signal are sweeping through zero, and at that point it is going to cut out, and that is going to draw back the amplitude of the sound very subtly as the signal crosses that center point. Bias just sort of confuses that scenario and spreads it out in a useful way. So what it means is we've all been thinking about the saturation part. We've all been thinking about that tape distortion on loud sounds, and nobody has considered the idea that tape also is gating the quietest sounds because bias is not adequate enough to completely and perfectly represent them. The sound of tape includes that little nonlinearity, much like it interferes with the amplitude. And in doing tape hack, which I'm walking through today, I am making a plug-in modeling of that by manipulating the mathematics of a sine reconstruction using a Taylor series. I went to Wolfram's website and I looked up a bunch of Taylor series and manipulated the numbers until they were no longer the correct numbers. The first numbers I started with, I wanted it to be the see what I could get out of multiplying or dividing the numbers by powers of 2. Turns out that's not actually useful, and that is what goes into console 0. Console 0 also is using like a degenerate version of arcsine and sine, but with it, what it's doing is this shifting of bits concept, where its multiplications and divisions don't actually care about the saturation points like tape hack will, but instead they're trying to do the cleanest possible mathematical function with the fewest quantizings in order to get that sine and arcsine imitation. So essentially, I could do much better tone quality-wise versus what I had in console 0. I can't necessarily do clarity and sonority of the underlying sound better than I can do in console 0 because that optimizes for that part. Frog in the Well, you are correct. While at the same time, on a tangent. Because here's the thing. As near as I can work out, we don't have to care about what tape type or quality is. The guy doing the hardware device was very interested in that stuff and isolated different behaviors based on 1950s, 1970s, and 1990s formulations of tape. But we don't have to care about that because that can be largely irrelevant, other than it might contribute to being able to design something with more of that 50s sound or more of that 90s sound or whatever. I'm honestly not sure how this will be affected based on whether you have a bigger bias tone or a smaller bias tone, or even whether it would matter. Because here's the thing, the formulations of the tape kept getting redesigned to allow for more magnetic coercivity. Tape formulations kept getting designed to give you better signal-to-noise ratio and to be able to hold a bigger magnetic charge than old versions of tape. That was the primary thing happening through these decades of using tape, was they kept trying to make it be more effective and more able to be like noise-free and all that kind of stuff. And this combines with the way that we do like hitting tape for tonal effect or whatever. I'll move this over so that I don't have to raise my voice as much. All of that is definitely a thing. But in the process of finding out what was good about that, I'm very uninterested in imitating specific representations of that. Walter's Audio, that's the one. That is absolutely the one. I'm very impressed with where he's gotten to. It has given me this. Not even because I'm doing anything like what he does, but just the charts and things that he produced. Before technically, I would say yes. I would actually say yes. See, Console Zero is so completely over the top with trying not to have any quantization even while doing mathematics. It's so over the top that it doesn't even use the right curves. It doesn't even do a real sine. It's doing a sine that is specifically manipulated so that the things getting added to the waveform are chosen entirely to have less quantization in the actual math itself. And to the point where even the pan and gain trims are shifting of bits styles. And so the only way you're really going to get the most out of it is by running with it in every, like, you record stuff to the computer and then not change the gain levels in the DAW and handle them only, you never do a gain trim on the regions in the DAW and just handle them entirely through Console Zero. And in that way, you can kind of, sort of, vaguely, slightly do a mix within, like, roughly 3 dB increments. That because you can move something a notch to the side, and the combined sound is 3 dB down, because one is not changed and one is 6 dB down. But in any kind of normal use, you're going to want more than 3 dB increments. And it's really, like, any of my plugins with actual controls like pans and gains in them functionally are the same as something like Purist Gain. Purist Gain sits pretty well with people for the most part. And all it is a simple multiplication. It's math like you would normally have. But it is being done with the dithering to floating point for returning to whatever the bus is. Console Zero also maybe gives you the simplicity of not being able to do very much. And it also has a darkening quality as a function of trying to resist aliasing from the nonlinear stuff, the sine and arcsine imitation stuff, but it's trying to resist the aliasing in the most primitive way, like the most pitifully primitive way. So it'll also be a little bit dark, but everything that it does, it only gets to do things that are maximizing that particular result. So yeah, you don't throw Soothe on in front of it. So here we are going to jump into this and start setting up what our controls will be. I feel like maybe an output would also be good, especially since we have so much input gain. Yeah, let's have there be an output. And I don't think... Should we have a dry wet on this? It might have interesting results. Maybe you could use a dry wet on it to bring in a particular flavor, much like one might do with one of the reverbs. And then, because, yeah, no, I think I'm seeing it. I'm feeling the idea for a dry wet on this guy, which, among other things, this immediately takes it away from the idea of it being a console version, because you would not put a dry wet on your console encode. I don't believe there is such a thing as a purist console 2 or 3. Maybe there is? I forget. Honestly, that stuff is a little bit farther back. I would say if Zero doesn't work for you and you want something that is way more minimal than console X. Try console 9. That's sort of the final form of that. It's a bit of a pity because it's like, well, now I can't do any more numbers. I suppose I could just do console 10, being different from console X. Anyways. Dry wet. That means you can drive it into disgusting, filthy distortion and pad the distortion if you like, but also blend the distortion with raw, which has its uses. That has its uses. So I'm feeling like we're getting in the right direction. So this ends up being the same gain behavior that you get out of any of the Z series filters. Those are all sort of Mackie designs. I might want to set this to be the exact amount that gets me exactly 0 output, because I feel like this is not actually giving me 0 output. Remember, it's not a real sine. It's not a real sine. And so if you try to treat it as if it is a hard clipper, it won't necessarily clip exactly to 1 to -1. And then full wet. And we're going to start going through and deleting the rest of these things as we go. If I'm lucky, I can get some progress on this and jump into the hacking with the filter I wanted to do. No, I don't think... I find it very easy to believe that I made it, but it wouldn't have been any time recently. It would have been well before I did console 9. Possibly even before I did console 8. And console 8, of course, is the one that is in 3 stages and has filtering built into it so that it can run a mini band brick wall filter as a sort of final result. And console 8 requires that you'd run an intermediate bus. So there's that. That's the thing. Let's keep this moving. Number of parameters, 3. That ought to get me everywhere I need. But I'm going to need to also investigate this. If I try to build it with this stuff, it's just going to freak out. So we're going to delete those. I'm definitely going to make the output setting go to like safety clip. I'm definitely going to have the output setting not default to 1, but instead default to whatever correctly gets you close to safety clip. That seems about right. That seems about right. And the next thing you know, none of these are actually going to be the correct numbers, but I'll tell you what can be. First, I was going to check. I was going to check and make sure that these were all the same. So there you are. Originally, it had 16 gain on tap. I'm going to be building this in as a fixed number. This 595 here doesn't actually relate to anything anymore. I started out with some of my early experiments using that. Also, bear in mind, Airwindows Consolidated gets my Airwindowpedia stuff built into it automatically. But those are only my words. So if people have further thoughts around that stuff, then by all means they can make their own wikis, and they'd have to make their own wikis because they no longer have one like that. It got griefed, and I couldn't put it back together again. Also, the trick there is I think some of the people with the cheat sheet, they were part of the Facebook enclave, and I'm not willing to interact with Facebook anymore, so they're kind of on their own. I can only encourage them to hopefully do well, be good people, and maybe leave Facebook like I did at some point, maybe, who knows. But let's scoot over here and see whether our numbers look about right. 120 times b, x, then we do times x, 540 times c, etc., etc. Yep. And then we don't need that stuff, but we do need the output gain, and we do need the dry wet. That ought to do it. Looks like I have my numbers correct. Underneath are the numbers for the arcsine calculation. You'll notice that the sine calculation, we're subtracting stuff alternately. But the arcsine calculation, it's all different numbers that bounce around quite a bit. But we're always adding. Arcsine works that way in that it's making stuff be always louder. And the more of those little details you include, the closer it sticks to what the real waveform would be. But sine wraps. Sine goes into a repeating wave, whereas arcsine does not. Arcsine blows up if you go past one. Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, speaking of things like training, that is not actually the reason that I'm not dealing with Facebook, which should be fairly obvious because I'm still hosting all of my stuff on GitHub. And GitHub is owned by Microsoft, and GitHub is increasingly training all manner of stuff based on whatever code is available. But the thing about it is, like, well, open source code is available. That's the point. You can't really put up much of a fuss about people training AIs on MIT licensed code. By definition, that's supposed to be available for them and for everybody else. So you kind of, the point with the MIT licensing and stuff is to make sure that human beings also get to play with their stuff. But yeah, it's not about like Facebook will train their AI on the stuff that I might post, because everything that I'm doing is already available in public. So that's not a difference. It's I don't like some of their behavior. Well, I mean, the interesting thing about GPL is I'm not sure whether that is as legit, because if you put that stuff into use, it has to also incorporate GPL. You don't get to un-GPL stuff. MIT is way more lenient than that, so I really don't have any protection. For what it's worth, my protection is I'm continuing to work as a human trying to think my way through these things. Granted, today I'm putting up a fairly poor showing of being able to think, but whatever. However, and see, there's that waveform again. This is the end result of the encode-decode cycle as it applies to a, and this is how I would be able to tune things for sound. Like I can make stuff, if this peak ends up going, let's see, how would that work? I think if that first ripple makes a curve that swings down this way and then swings up this way, that means your peaks are getting louder than what you put in. You were expanding. Whereas if it peaks through to this direction, the very top of the peak is actually being additionally clipped as it goes. And yeah, my protection against AI taking all of my stuff and replacing me is, yeah, all of my code is out there. All of my code is in the user base, and all of my code is slurped up by AIs. I release successive plugins fixing things, like the new version of K Cathedral, which will be coming out. Not this week, because this week I'm trying to make Tapehack come out. That has improvements to my undersampling. There are like 12 plugins that use my undersampling and that people have used in mixes, and in which they have made entire mixes using like deep sounding, cool, vibey, aesthetic Airwindows reverbs, of which I have now improved the algorithm that I used to do it, the undersampling. I've fixed bugs that I found in the undersampling. My newer versions of plugins should continue to sound better and better. AI, there is no person inside it to go, gee, maybe he fixed a bug and we should be paying attention to this newest one. Oh, no. No, the AI knows no better and is just as likely to set you up with a Airwindows style undersampling from like 2021 or whatever it would be, where it's just the very beginning of me trying to figure that stuff out. And it does not know the difference, and it is not able to measure what I'm doing. And if you were trying to get it to evaluate the different Airwindows algorithms, try the various ones and find which one was the best, it would probably have to just give up and not use any of them, because if it was simply measuring how much distortion is added, well, they all are doing different things. You can literally see on screen, in a screenshot that I have here, that Tapehack combined with the ArcSine version of it is producing this weird ripple, which is changing the transfer function of everything that passes through all of these, because I think it will sound a way that people quickly recognize as, holy crap, that sounds like a tape. Once I've built Tapehack, we'll play with it and see how much we can get it to sound like that. But the AI cannot listen. It does not have ears. It has not heard 1970s music recorded on tapes. It does not have an ability to register any of those things. Excuse me. So my defense against AI taking over all of my stuff is, by all means, slurp up all of my plugins dating back to 2006 and then go ahead and try to figure out what's actually good in there. Because I'll put stuff out that is as best as I can do, pursuing whatever it is that I'm pursuing. Anyways, here's where we left off. Oh, I'd better leave those showing. So gain, that actually stays. Except for I can rename it. Bada boom. We are not actually keeping flat top. We're going to calculate it. And let's see. So B, which I've got labeled as begin sign, that turns into the number 0.575. What do we got for C? Looks like we've got C becomes 0.502. Some of that stuff I clearly see what was happening is I was running it and looking at it in span, having it be heavily distorted, and tuning these a little bit this way back and forth until that very topmost part of the sequence of harmonics was as quiet as it could be, because I figured that was going to represent the smoothest possible interface between the curve and the flat top, which is generated by we are now clipping, 100% clipping, not doing anything other than clipping. So yeah, some of this was clearly swept back and forth with me monitoring it. And I can't listen to things at 140 dB down, so I was doing that with span. Matthew, if you are talking about streaming, live making music, or attempting to code, by all means, seems like a great thing to do. And if you're worried about attempting to code and not being ready for the latter, take a tip from me. Do it anyway and see if anybody is interested in going on that journey with you. I have often humiliated myself by just doing dumb things on stream and being like, today I am promising myself that I stop at 5 because I've gotten increasingly burned out, and I'm pretty sure I can keep these things coming and have them be great and awesome and amazing. But part of what I'm doing as a coder is being willing to experiment with this stuff and make mistakes and try to learn better. Yeah. If you're worried that you would be coding and you might be making mistakes, hoo boy, that's exactly why you should be. And I want to say, like, biatch, please. Mathematically great? I'm a college dropout, man. I don't have the math. I don't have the coding. I'm trying to combine those, what I have of a grasp of those things, with a sort of basic scientific inquiry and willingness to experiment, and having an ear and having an intentionality of what I want to do. If you have that, go forth and do also. Again, I've been doing Bezier curve-based undersampling for like literally a couple of years, and only just recently discovered that as I reconstruct my waveform, I'm counting the points at which it starts and ends as individual distinct points when it needs to be not counting that position twice. And that cleaned up everything a great deal. And I'm having some great improvements in the tonality of it, and everything that I've done up to this point, including everything I've been excited about, was bugged. That was a simple mistake that gave rise to what people are calling me on quite frequently. They're saying, what's the deal with this 30K boost up here where this thing sounds amazing and yet there's some kind of energy happening in 30K? That's what it is. That's what it is. It was my mistake causing that to happen. And I've been able to fix it. And it's still going to be present in the other stuff out there because people will have made their mixes around that being present. And if I was to go and change it, that would change people's mixes. So this is why I keep churning out new stuff, basically. And yeah, if AI tries to use my things, they will stumble into all of those problems. And I will laugh at them. I will laugh at the AIs as they go, this is the way to go. That's what Chris thought back in 2021. You got to do better. So let's see. 0.62 is this next one. Note that this is nonsense, but I'm updating stuff in the code by changing things. Or at least we're trying to. Here we go. So after 6.2, I've got one that is at 0.25. Except for it's fighting me a bit. There we go. There we go. And the other ones get left out. Don't mind my coughing. So another reason I should take some time off is because I probably need to rest up and stay healthy. See, so that does not actually matter. In fact, we can now delete all of these things. Boop. So as you can see, this tells us what we're doing with these results. These comments are no longer necessary. This is back when I was trying to do the console zero thing of making these numbers go to whatever the nearest exponent was. And we're not doing that because it did not turn out to be useful. Funnily enough, that's actually 0.25 is a exponent-based multiplication, but it's not going to help because it's an arbitrary number being multiplied by that. It's going to be not an exponent. As I suppose I could hunt and find out whether, as I make these changes, are they going to bring it closer to what's actually an exponent or not. But I can't because it's been tuned in to deliver a particular sonic result on these exact numbers. And again, we don't need to do this temp times x for these ones that are not going to be used. And y is going to become the output level. So we're going to refer to param b. Oh, and we got to look up this too. So let me fire up my calculator for this one. Here we have an Instapi in fairly good, certainly more than I have in my pocket calculator. This doesn't have nearly as many decimal places. So if we multiply this by 0.734, that is now our new clip point, which also means, I think what that's going to mean is that this is going to clip over 1, and that's fine. And if I copy this, pretty sure it'll work. There we go. And then, where are we at? Where is it? Here it is. 0.734. Let's replace this with my new magic number. There's a new magic number. And that means I can delete this bit too. It didn't actually have to end up having anything to do with pi. That was just the amount that I scaled it to. I was just seeing, like, is this going to be larger than 1? Yes, it is. Okay, is it going to be larger than 2? Why, yes, it is. Well, is it going to be larger than 3 or 4 or whatever? I could have picked anything. I just chose to pick that. And then it gave me an end result that doesn't have anything to do with pi. As far as I know, this is no special number. It's just where that one cuts off. And then lastly, here's where we get wet. And wet is going to be parameter 3. It turns blue, and that shows you that this is an actual number. Or this is an actual parameter, rather. And edit all in scope. Bada boom. So we've still got a little bit of fussing to do with this, but this is getting closer and closer to actually being done and ready to go. One of the things I was doing was lining these up like this just because I felt like it. Temp times x, and I can get rid of these if statements because we no longer have a control. The if statements are there so that I can set them to 0 and not do that one thing. Because if they're not if statements there, then setting it to 0 means you're immediately dividing by 0 and everything dies. So that's no good. So that's obviously the next thing to do. I am a little puzzled as to what the hell. Okay, what am I missing? Did I think I did, yeah. I missed one while I was going. I missed one while I was going. And Visage, I made an experiment before I go and fix this particular thing. I want you to know that I made an experiment because I used to code all of my stuff with a long double internal bus. I did that all the time. And then I did an experiment where I took an entire mix with all of my plugins and had them all defaulting to long double. And really, it went to all the trouble of making everything incredibly accurate. And then I sort of found and replaced all the long double definitions with simply doubles and recompiled for the plugins for a full console-based mix, including reverbs. The reverbs are where that's going to get you, really. I replaced them all with doubles, and then I re-exported all the plugins, and I did another pass of the mix. And then I replaced them all with floats. And I rebuilt all of them, and I did another pass with the mix. And that was up on my SoundCloud for quite a long time. It might still be there. I don't remember whether I still have a SoundCloud or not. I think something that they did offended me, and I was like, oh, I'm not dealing with these people anymore. But for at least a while there, maybe it still is, there was a export of some of the kind of music that I was making like in 2020 or so, or 2019, something like that. And it had 3 exports of the same piece of music with the same DAW mix and the same console-based mix, in which all the internal variables were either long double or float. I feel you can hear the difference if everything is float. It just feels flatter and not as good. It feels more like a DAW. I can't hear the difference between everything being double and everything being long double. That's why I'm currently using double, and I'm using a DAW Reaper where you can use it with a double precision floating point bus, and everything just runs on that. If I use the double precision floating point bus, I don't bother to dither to the floating point bus unless I'm using a particular, like, I'm pretty sure with my mastering plugin, for instance, anything where I've literally called it mastering, that I am running a long double internal bus and dithering to the 64-bit. I don't believe for a second that it really makes any difference. I'm doing it anyway just because I can, and because part of the concept of mastering is just going to the nth degree. But yeah, I am not currently using long doubles on a bus. I simply didn't find that it changed anything. I heard the difference when you try to change everything to floats. I like using doubles. I like using double precision bus. I don't find that for audio, long double precision is necessary. I'll only do it for things where it's like, this is, I don't know, did I do it for console 0 maybe? This is something where I feel like just going over the top, and I know it's not going to be. I think I've also done it on purest gain, just because why not? Like, the only thing that has going for it is the fact that you're doing a multiplication and then intentionally just going to the most maximum possible extreme. Otherwise, why even bother? Like, if you're going to use purest gain, I might as well run it on a long double, because it's like, woof. Matthew, you would think so, but anything where it is a Apple-based product and you're using audio units, which we're looking at right now. Like, let me scroll up before I fix this problem that I started talking about. Const float 32 source P equals in source P. Core Audio's default bus is 32-bit. You don't get to have 64-bit on Core Audio. You can have it in something like Reaper when you're using VSTs that have been coded to use that. Otherwise, they'll be using 32-bit too. But Core Audio, and Core Audio has many useful things going on about it, but Core Audio is 32-bit. That's why my stuff dithers to 32-bit. You can see it right in front of you. const float 32, source P, and dest P. That's the core audio bus. This is why I'm enjoying, one of the reasons I'm enjoying Reaper. And yeah, core audio has so much else going on with it that's good. And indeed, it will sound good. But people don't really understand, as a rule, what it means. Now, let me see. Where was I at? I got to do this before I do anything else. D. Well, D was 0.62. I don't know why this hasn't been updated, but I can do it manually. And I can do this manually. This is the same thing as what was happening when I had it up here, and I was changing the name of the variable with edit all in scope. All that was happening was I was picking a letter like D and filling in what it says here. In this case, I forgot to do 0.62 for some reason. I don't know why. But that's all that was happening there. And having done that, we're starting to get somewhere with all this. As you can see, there's if statements I don't need to be here, because they will always be true. We're no longer using controls that can be set to 0, so I don't have to worry about dividing by 0. So there's what we've got there. There's also another form of this. I can have, in fact, maybe I would enjoy doing that. This is a set of if statements and things and comparisons, but I can break this all down into a simpler form, which I think I have in the other code. So why don't I just grab it out of there? I think I have that in this code. Yep. Absolutely I do. So let's see, let's copy that and then close this again. So my next job, and I'm walking through some of this verbally specifically because of folks like Matthew being like, oh, I don't know if I'm smart enough to do a programming stream. If I can do anything useful, it's in getting people over their fears of that. So I'm going to do the most primitive dumb thing possible, but this will effectively achieve this result. We're multiplying by input gain, and times equals input gain means we're assigning it back to input again. Here we are assigning input, but we are making it restricted to whatever this is. And if we include that, it'll do the multiplication, and then it will do the min and max and stuff. And so we can do the same thing as these. And these are all the same number, but some of them are negative. So what we can do is like that. And then when I click this, it's not going to select the negative, so I can just do that. We have now returned this to a single statement. Now the reason I am keeping I'm trying to figure out whether I would like to name that something different. We're probably fine. What this math does is as follows. When you're doing this particular sign approximation, it's doing a bunch of things based on like input sample to the third power, or to the fifth power, or to the seventh power. So we don't have to independently calculate it each time. What we can do is figure out what input sample to the second power is, then start with our, I keep thinking I should make a different name for this, but I don't know what I would call it other than temp. I could call it empower, right? But I will note before, Logic does double precision summing. Logic does not only do single precision entirely throughout it, and I'm not sure exactly why that particular thing is a hang-up. All of Logic's like processing buses are running core audio. Anything you can put an audio unit on is a single precision float. But I know that Logic sums in double precision. So maybe there's just something to do with that where they decided that that would be worth doing. Let's call it, just for laughs, every step of the way it's going to a higher power, because all you got to do is keep track of that, like input sample times input sample times input sample is, let's change that to something else that is more descriptive too. So this is now telling a little story about what's being done. Add to is input sample times input sample. If we multiply by that, you're adding 2 powers to what you've already got. So mPower starts out as input sample times add to means input sample to the 3rd power. It's the same as input sample times input sample times input sample. And then we subtract that divided by 6, because that's what our math does. And then we do mPower times add 2. It changes it from the 3rd power to the 5th power. And the way that works out technically is going to be, let's not line this up the way that it was, because I have a comment now which is explaining what's happening. So logically, it seems to me good to do it like this. So to the 3rd power, and you subtract this, then to the 5th power, and then you add that times this, 7th, and so on and so forth. And that's how we do this approximation. And I'll add a final comment at the end of it. And that's what this is. That's what this is. It's like a Taylor series to approximate sine, except for that I have twisted it to my purposes. And that's how this works. It's the decode version of that ends up being like a same thing, but for arcsine. Having done this, I've now got a little bit of more math that I can do with calculator. It's a shame I can't simply select this and paste it into calculator and have it do it. I guess we find out. Let's find out. Nope. See, it just thought that there was an extra 0 there. We'll start over. There. So we don't have to do this multiplication. That was just me dialing it in using the sliders. Nice. Gotta love it. I did not plan that. That's funny as anything. Watch how they all end up being 69. That would be the most ridiculous thing ever. On to the next one. It's clearly not. That's clearly never going to happen, but that was funny as anything. If I'm live streaming and this happens, I have to say nice. How can I not? I don't care whether it was inappropriate. 5,040 times 0.502 it was. Okay, this is more what I was expecting to see. I wasn't expecting to see exact 69. That's quite funny. Copy U. And here is our next fixed number by which it must be divided. It's got to be that, otherwise it won't be perfect in the near supersonic realm. We're going to copy and paste this one. It's a bigger number. Times 0. See what this one gives us. Okay. Seems legit. I wonder if that is reminiscent of some of the arcsine calculation numbers. Probably not. Those don't get high as that. This is a larger number than I was expecting to see. Copy. And this now replaces what's here. And then definitely copying this. Times 0.25 or divided by 4. Oh, neat. Not terribly surprising, though. It ended up being a smaller number, which is an integer. Not that I'm going to use it as an integer, but it would be promoted to double precision anyhow. Up to a certain point, floating point can contain integers. Past a certain point, if you, for instance, do that, and you have a floating point number that is specified as float, if they are higher than, like, I don't know, 16 million or something like that, you can't actually specify those. Floating point tricks are interesting that way. Choosable. People got to fend for themselves. Honestly, I had to do a full mix in 32-bit float to even be able to begin to hear it in a relatively obvious way. So as long as you're talking about a DAW that is fairly straightforward and you're not doing that complicated of a mix, you're not honestly losing all that much. What you will lose is just the tiniest amount of sonority and realism in the louder parts of the sound. Quieter parts are going to immediately become like properly represented by 32-bit exponent, keeping track of things. Quieter parts are never going to be a problem. It's always going to be, can you make it loud and sonorous and have that come through and vibe correctly and sound good? So it's only the loudest 6 dB or so that it would even end up being that much of a concern. But then all of the plugins that you use, if they are also always based on 32-bit and everything that you do inside the DAW is always based on 32-bit, it will end up adding up. And now we are so darn close to going in and starting to do, well, nope, there's a thing that I have to do before building the VST, but I intend to do the VST for this as well. And yeah, like workflow on things like Bitwig or Ableton, that is how the software becomes an instrument. So it matters, and you should care. And it's completely legitimate to choose something because the workflow helps you make your music without it necessarily being like, this has the ideal sonority in all ways. It's like, nope, pick a different instrument that lets you play the music that you want and doesn't necessarily have the last word in tonal sonority, then that's a valid choice. It's always going to be a sort of a balance there. Like if some of the things that I did, if I needed to lean that hard into the stuff that I care about, I'd be running console 0 all the time. And yet I'm not. And yet I will rarely go for console 0 because I sympathize and like that path, but I never need to go quite that hard with it. Like I will happily use Bacon Paul's 6-sign synth over many other ones. And it's not like that is all double precision everything. But what it does is so powerful, and the tone it gets is so good that it's not like you're really losing anything. So let's see, where were we at? Well, one thing we need to do is build. We're going to end up having a different number than this. Let's find out what that number is. Because it'll be, when I dial this in until it is correct, what I'm going to end up having is another number which I can replace this with, at which point per MB gets to become up to 1 if it wants. And that's how I want it to be scaled. So let's build this and go and find our, here it is. So this can go live somewhere else. And here's our new hotness. And we can open up anything, but it could just as easily be music for all the difference it would make. And let's go find it. Here we are. I'm just going to turn my speakers down for this one. So what we're going to find is you can do this. Nice. I wonder if that's going to also echo into where we have to set output. And then we hold the Option key. So what would we rather? Oh, hello, it's staying. I feel maybe this. So yeah, so the idea is come up with the correct number so that I can distort ridiculously hard and maybe find whatever number it is that will give me exactly a 0. And then you can scale it down even more if you want. And it's not that. There we go. So we're going to call it 0.924, I think. Yeah, there we go. Instantly gives you zeros. That is full scale, full clip. Let's do it. See whether it works the way I think it works. What did I call that? 924, was it? Why am I not able to click on this properly? What's its little problem? There you go. Did I call it 924 or did I call it 923? We're going to find out. Maybe we can even dial it in such a way where we add more decimal places to get even closer and more fussy about it. So if I did it right, I should be able to do that again, but this time crank it all the way up to 1, and it will not be hard clipping in the sense of going to a positive hard clip. Let's find out if that's true. Looking good. I can squeeze it a little bit just to see where we can get with it. At what point does it cut off and start giving me actually a negative rather than 0? I need to quit the other program first. I tend to skip ahead and start working on the next step along and fail to acknowledge that I have to quit the program in order to put a new plugin in. Let's see. There we go. Are you still giving me 0? Yes, although it's kind of close, and so I think that's actually going to be the correct number. It's like some tiny fraction down from literally peaking up at 0. So we are keeping into the legal amounts there. So having done that, we're now playing with a noise that we're going to make a VST out of soon. And we can use output to gain stage it down if we want, but we can also do this. Clean. Fully saturated. So that's nice and beefy. So the next thing to play with would be, for instance, a drum kit of some kind, and I've got one right here. And then lastly, I'll throw it on the bass, and then I will move on towards VSTifying this, and then if I have time, I can even start playing with the EQ thing I wanted to do. I mean, who can say? Maybe I will be rested up after releasing this for the weekend and will be gung-ho about getting into the EQ coding Tuesday. We'll see. We'll see. I'm definitely going to take a week or so down, but that doesn't necessarily mean right this instant. So 0.1. That's unity gain. We've got a pretty nice clean sound out of our clipping here. Doesn't sound that different. Still sounding pretty good. Let's modify this just to sort of maximize, or no, wait. Tell you what. Why worry about that when we can just gain stage it like this. And then let's see, add that. That I did just fine. If I can't get enough gain by cranking that out, well, hey, here's what we can do. So if that's not enough gain, we can just get completely silly. Seems like that's a lot of gain. Seems like no matter how much gain you add to it, it retains some of the same character. There's 12 more dB. Nice bark on the snare there. Also, I should point out I have turned down my speakers considerably. So normally, the way this would sound to you, this is how much gain I've added to this while sounding completely normal. Like, I can tell you what, let's add 6 dB on top of that, just because it looks like we've got about 6 dB of headroom. And Twisted Wave's internal calculations and stored calculations are in fact floating point. So it can be clipping, but it's not actually clipping the file. And we can do this. That's actually pretty loud and beefy. So that's the kind of gain we're adding on to the end of this. Is can't show you a meter. This is the antique computer. Meter's not going to run on this computer. This is the Snow Leopard Mac, an old. It's this computer. Can't run meter on this. Abraxas, that would be literally this plugin if I'm not mistaken. It certainly would be no Dolby, no machine, no electronics, just this particular. This is probably what you're asking for, Abraxas. This literally right here. Let's play with it a little bit more. Never mind the effect stack. Let's throw some other things at it. Here's the guitar. Guitar is normally considered to be something where you can throw a tape machine at it and get that upfront sound out of it. Slipperman, back when he was alive, would say that conditioning sound to tape and then hitting it hard is the best way of getting a kind of compression on a heavy guitar sound, because it does the right things to the texture and soaks up weird transient peaks better than anything else does. And here we're going to experiment with that a little bit after waiting for the beginning part. So we can distort this like this. Now we're distorting it in tape. Now we're very upfront. Now we're super upfront. Hear how it sounds like it's moving forward? If you had that on a stereo pair, you'd be able to bring it right up into your ear. Not that you want to go too bonkers with it, but I think this works very well under the circumstances for what that is. Let's do a little back and forth with it. I'm going to bring it up to where it is, let's see, so our full dry, which is going to be at 0.1. Actually, no, never mind that. This is our full dry. It's going to be hanging around -6 and going a little hotter than that, but that stuff's probably what we're going to clip off. And then let's distort it until it is completely in your face. And then let's turn it down. Until it's a comparable level. Now, you're hearing this into the back of the vocal mic, but still, listen to how the sound of this changes. Peaking slightly higher, but it's farther back. And then when it gets around to actually playing again, which is going to be in a few seconds, I'll go between dry and wet, and you'll hear it come forward. Back, very forward. Back. So with that, I'm honestly hitting the tape too hard. But that is the type of behavior that Slipperman reports in using real tapes, that you can hit it with a sculpted sound. And when he goes on about a sculpted sound, what he usually means is that he is taking what's normally a big stack with a lot of low frequency cabinet rumble and like ripping out some of the lows so that it will distort more nicely. What I've got here doesn't have those lows in the first place, so it doesn't care. But yeah, I can dial back the gain a little bit. Come on, you get around to it. Go. There. So that sounds pretty forward. It's not distorting as much as the previous one was. And we can go from dry it's immediately more girthy and beefy, and it also has the right kind of tone shaping that you would use for that. So yeah, that works. That works a whole bunch. I am satisfied that I don't need to take it any farther than that. It is complete and finished, and will be arriving this coming weekend. This is going to be one of those ones where I get to have a lot of fun being like, hey, you can do this. Because, yeah, damn, that got there. So my next job is to make a VST of it. Might as well close this. If I move this folder, it will stop being able to find any of its stuff. But here's where this goes. The other one doesn't, not yet, because it's a testbed plugin. In fact, it's such a testbed plugin that I should move it to around here with other testbed plugins that didn't end up becoming actual plugins. Some of those I can abandon at this stage, honestly. And Verb Signs did come out, but that's another testbed plugin. Funnily enough, Abraxas, what I'm doing with this is simply observing and trying to simulate some of the behaviors that Spencer found in the hardware thing that one of my dudes brought up by name earlier, and which I've forgotten again already. But I'm not going to be able to afford to buy his thing for a while anyhow. And at this stage, why would he ever sell me one? Because I've just done a number of putting out an open source plugin that does the same basic thing. Well, I don't need to be there yet. I'm going to do the initial VST version of this, and then I'm going to take a pit stop. But this is already a decent day of coding, getting that one done. I would also note that this entire plugin, with what it does, is more efficient than density. It's more efficient than a standard sine function with virtually nothing else going on in it. That's what I call a hack. Oh, also, well, while I've done that, I should really jump in here so that I can build this again. Like that. It's a lovely, simple little code, too. And we'll drag it over there to copy it. This needs to be sitting around on my desktop. This is done. It's ready to go. You get to have it this weekend. But this is not, because I need to do the VST version of it. However, that's fairly straightforward for something as simple as this. I'm going to do it before going and taking a pit stop, in fact. Doesn't even need to keep any variables, anything like that. The most straightforward thing. Thankfully, in my head, I am remembering some of the things that I sometimes forget about how to do this part of the process. Namely, we have to do a find and replace in this, because it'll otherwise think it's called gain, and it is not. It is not. No, indeed. There's our VST folder. Replace all will give us yay many of this and yay many of that. 2, 26, 7, and 12 replaced. Having done that, we are finished with this section. And we've got a few more things to do in here. I have to do this every week for every new plugin. Always got to update these little things in these little ways. I've got a whole cheat sheet for all the stuff that I got to do here. Oh, I missed my part. There it is. So I got to replace this with what the new name is. Some of my most recent plugins all have the same basic form. It's 4-letter T and 4-letter something else. Firstly, it's take care, and then it's tape hack. All of my plugins now must follow that pattern, right? No, of course not. I'm being silly. And having replaced that, we go and connect these to the files that I have just renamed. I have to write this stuff down and just follow a script for it all because it's so tedious and kind of meaningless. And then I got to open this separately because it is now in Airwindows plugins Mac AU. It's moved so it no longer knows where to find it. There it is. There it is. You can see how often a plugin programmer has to be wading in these waters. I've had to do this kind of plugin so many damn times. So many damn times. Everybody always wants the sound of tape. I've never had anything quite as simple do quite as good of a job as this, which only goes to show you how useful it is having me working on this year after year. Because if I had been forced to stop, or if I had, become homeless and not able to do it anymore, well, I wouldn't have this for you this time around. It's building on all of the years in previous to get to this point where I was like, why don't I try this? Why, heck, it worked great. That's why you take care of people. If there hadn't been programs for like the homeless 30 years ago, I wouldn't be here to do this. Decades I spent not being able to do stuff like this. I had to learn through experimenting. That's why you take care of people. They can grow up to be Chris from Airwindows or who knows what else. And that can be your ambition as well. Have the ambition of growing up to be something cool. It doesn't have to be a clone of me. It can be anything that you like. The one thing I've learned is that one thing that is possible, regardless of what you can get or have in life, is you can become who you want. And this is more or less who I wanted. I wanted to be the person who would be able to do stuff like this. And then give it out to people. Share it. And let's see, 0.1, 1 and 1. I am very serious about that. Like, these are things that you can be. Whether you're able to personally do any of these particular things, like being the person to do this and also encourage other people to do things and learn and grow and try stuff, is what I wanted to be as a kid, and that proved possible. There are many things that I wanted in life as a kid I did not get, and still don't have. But I got to be Chris from Airwindows, and that was like my fondest ambition, to be able to become that. So yeah, take heart. And take care. Most recent plugin. And I have an observation on this happy idea. I've spent a lot of time with that being one of the things to have that I could not manage. So one of the reasons I've worked so hard, it's a form of distraction. There are a lot of things that I'd like in life that are just not forthcoming. But if you're able to be who you want to be and end up being able to, you end up seeing people appreciating it, even to the point of like, I'm able to not go broke as long as I cut back on my food a little bit and stuff. But I'm able to not gradually go broke doing the thing that I do. By now, it's gotten to be that good. Matthew, I failed at almost every other job I tried to do. I've gotten fired from things. I've done exceptional things and then also screwed it completely up in other ways. I've not succeeded in anything but being this. But yeah, there are a lot of things to have, like money, relationship, stuff like that, which more easily bring happy. And yet you can end up without those things and still be able to sleep easier at night if you were able to be yourself and find some recognition for that out in the world, even in the absence of a bunch of those other things that are really important aspects of happiness. But yeah, happy is not necessarily the target. That's another really important thing. Like me, I am a recovery guy. I'm a recovering addict. I had to stop using drugs. I had to stop using drugs. I had to stop drinking. And even now, like with engaging with drinking coffee, I will tend to engage with that as an addict. It's just not necessarily going to have you breaking out in handcuffs as easily. Drink too much coffee, you just talk really a lot to people on stream. But you can seek happy in such a way that it is like addictive and never satisfied. And if you try to seek happy directly, that's a good way to end up like messing yourself around and constantly thinking about like, what don't I have yet? What don't I have yet? What's not enough? And you can always find more things that are not enough. So yeah, like, it's a really interesting concept, because I can tell you straight up, the more I continue to pursue this idea of like doing the open source coding, bringing tools to people, supporting people who are like me and are starting out not having anything and with no resources and no hope, well, I can give you something. And I can give you something and actively want to see you making music and inventing things with that. You know, I don't have the time to listen to everything everybody makes, but I'm always excited to hear about it, because that's really the primary thing. It's like, this is stuff that I find really cool. I want other people to find it really cool. I would love to see you be excited about it and run off and go make some human music somewhere, or whatever it is that you like. I mean, the house music from Chicago and Detroit was heavily influenced by the fact that, you know, there was a very underprivileged black community who identified with the fact that, well, we might not have very much, and we might be making these things in our apartments and rundown places and playing out in rundown, you know, warehouses, hence the name. But we can take on the form of these machines and make some music that is like we are bringing robots and making the robots produce our dance and then groove along to those things and stuff. So we don't have to be signed to a record label and go into a recording studio and be able to afford all of this stuff and buy a grand piano and blah, 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 blah. No, this is something that we can make and do. And so that becomes a really empowering thing, even though I'm not that thrilled with is where machine beats have led us. I don't feel that's necessarily where things are going to go in the future, because it is too easily reproduced by other machines and AI computers and things. But that's still a place where people could discover these little plastic synthesizer machines and create something unique out of them. That's always neat. Let me keep this moving. I was going to complete and finish and build the VST and test it and then go and have a pee, and I'm getting in the way of me doing that. If I'm not careful, I will have to run off and do that before I've quite finished this, and let's not have that happen. So let's refer to what these were actually named. I'm chattering so much that I'm distracting myself. We're going to have the same names. I could call it Drive, but actually, maybe that would be a good idea. Shall we call it Drive? It's designed so that it will overdrive, much like the Z series plugins. What did I have those called? Let's open this up and find out what those were called. Maybe I want to use the same language that I used in the Z series so that people might see those and recognize and go, oh, that control usually is unity gain at 0.1. Why did I open the H file? That's not where that lives. Much like, let's see, stuff, blah, blah, blah. See, in trim B, get parameter param1 times 10. Same kind of thing. What did I call it? We'll call whatever this is the same so that it gives you the idea that it's the same thing. Did we call it input? We did call it input, so we're going to call the other one input too. Cool. Actually, there was no point in doing that, but whatever. It's fine. You gotta love it. It's worth having the look anyway. I'm not sure what else I would have called it. I felt like maybe I had some special name. No, I did not. Input, output, dry, wet. We only have 3 controls. We don't need to have any continuing variables. I love the way this works. And Grant, yeah, of course I love it because I just made it and it's doing a great job. But I love how you can throw shifting of bits gain at it and add like 16 bits of amplification, and it still gives you roughly basically the same sound once you get to that crunchy overload section. That feels really strong to me. I really like that as a phenomenon of this particular plugin. And over we go to here we are. Here's our final thing. And we're going to copy this stuff. We don't need anything because there isn't anything stored to be initialized. You know, we don't need overall scale either. Why don't we just leave that out? Why are we even defining it? Why are we even defining that variable when we're not using it? This, I will also point out, is the most oversampleable plugin because it is just another transfer function. Here's one where, other than the extra processing, you lose nothing and are completely safe in oversampling it out the wazoo. I'm going to make sure to mention that in the video. People do love their oversamples. This is your oversampling's best friend. It is literally just a transfer function. You can oversample it so hard it isn't even funny, and it'll be completely fine and happy with it. It will enjoy it. For those who do that, a lot of Reaper people do that. I'm going to be demoing it in Reaper, so I can do that as part of the demo. So let's see. And it's also very efficient. So that's another good reason for people who are infatuated with oversampling. This is their best friend now. Very efficient it is compared to Sine. All right, where did we leave off? We deleted overall scale, and we need to actually build this again without that variable that's no longer being used. And let's option click on the desktop so I can skip away from that. Go to our build folder and option drag that to components again. And then this is the one we're going to use because, yeah, we don't need to use overall scale for anything. This is not sample rate related in the slightest. Back to Xcode. Here we copy this in here, replacing literally everything that's there. Wet is actually ready to go already. Oh, I am going to have to do it twice for both channels of and interestingly enough, Consolidated has now added new stuff to itself so that it can track down the plugins that have mono versions and use those. We'll see you later, Abraxas, and keep an eye out for this one this weekend. We're in VST land. We use just the letter rather than anything regarding get parameter. That's how we do that. It's one of those ones like the first console where it's like, hey, this is the new hotness. Remember how I had 2-tape 9, 2-tape 8 or whatever? Compare this to it. In some ways, it's like disgustingly way better even than that, and is so much more simple and primitive that it's ridiculous. It is completely hilarious. And here we go. We're going to sample from, let's see, did I do both of those? Yes, I did. We're going to take from inside the dry sample area and inside the defaults to last slider, because that's the stuff that is already done for me. But everything that is inside here I need to now do twice. So we'll copy that. And we're now done here. Don't need that. Here's the top of my file. Oh, interesting. Why does it say that? Because I have a plugin called Gain. That's why. I guess the way I'm doing it, it's replacing all of those now. No matter. No harm done. We're just copying over it anyhow. Bada boom. Technically, I can include that in here, too. And you know what? Let's. Do I feel like doing that also with the audio unit? I think maybe I do. Come back, you. See, if we're doing that, we can do it in here. That's exactly the same. In this case, it's probably not going to change any of the compiled code, although I'll do it over again anyhow, just because. But that saves me doing the other thing. So there we have it. That is equivalent to what was there before. But maybe it's a more efficient way of doing it. I bet that's the last optimization. I bet there's no further optimization. Well, they didn't need to do that. Come on, you. And you can vanish for a moment. And here we go. Back to our build folder. As we keep coming up with the little tiny tweaks to do, which may or may not be making it better. Previous one, definitely yes. This one might have made no difference whatsoever. But who can say? Maybe it helped. Okay, so what's the next thing? This. Now we don't need these. See, what I'm thinking about regarding that is that I often like having the code lumped together in areas where it's working around one variable and doing a bunch of stuff with that variable and then stopping and doing a bunch of stuff with another variable, because I feel like the computer might be more easily able to handle that rather than interleaving them, implying that it needs to do stuff on variables taking up twice the RAM at any given moment. I can have it be doing things one at a time. kind of like this. This is going to become two separate versions of it. Boop. And while we are in here, little caps lock, let's find all the places where we say input sample. And we're not going to define them the second time around. We're just going to set them up. And there's that. Right version this time. And like I said, these are each instantiated without anything being left over, but I don't need to define them twice. We're just using it for a different thing this time. Alrighty, that was probably it, except I haven't done the double precision one yet. Yeah, before 23, yes, I am going to do a 2-tape 9 with tape pack in it. That is clearly coming sooner rather than later. Probably not before September kicks in, though. Copy and paste around. Oh, I have to do that again, too. Okay, well, let's select that, too. Copy that. Now we paste underneath where dry sample L and R are defined, but over the top of the wet, which I don't think, no, I didn't update that, did I? If we just paste here, that's going to do it. Unless I see an error somewhere. I don't. I think we're going to walk through some of the initial stages, probably not the Linux compiled stages, but let's walk through the building a Windows version 2 today. Option drag for Vist. Drag to the desktop for this is the one you'll get. Close that and put it in the MacVST folder. And lastly, let's make damn sure it actually works. Drums or guitar? How about drums? So here's what we started with. Nice and beefy. Weird that it goes to 0.69, but nice. Let's see what happens if the other one does exactly the same thing, because it is supposed to match. If it does not, we're putting off my bathroom break so that we can fix it, but I don't think it's going to be broken. Did it succeed? That's a nice beefy drum sound. And that's with my old hi-hats too. That works super nice. Tape pack is going to go over great. Cool beans. Alrighty. We are now going to move over to my break time. I'm not going to make another cup of coffee, but I'm going to go and do my pit stop and gather my thoughts so that I can go forth. And firstly, we'll probably do the Windows version of it just to give me that little bit more of a head start. And then we're going to start with another EQ idea. If you don't have any requests real quick, we're going to throw on something. How about this? Here is Welcome to Free Luna. And yeah, I put that out and actually sold some, which is more than I can say for what I was able to do jamming on the Bastel Castles. I don't think that would work at all, but or more than I was able to do with the reissue of Dragons. That didn't sell very well at all, but this didn't do all that bad. Let us set it to play and play it to stream. Alrighty. Well, I intend to like rest up a bit, maybe even snack on something out of my fridge, and return when I am ready to charge in and do another plugin. So, yeah. So this is available on Bandcamp, and you shall see it on what it looks like on Meter. But this was done and mixed and everything before any of my current stuff existed. Before Console X, it's mixed on an analog machine, and before Meter. So all of the sounds of this are just me winging it, with very little help. Yusef, I'll catch up with you in a few minutes. Have a bit of music, and I will return refreshed and ready to start on the newer EQ plugin and answer whichever. I mean, you got to think in terms of like what analog emulation do you actually want anyhow. But that's a whole big story. Off we go. can't actually hear any of that. Only you guys get to hear it. Mind you, I could pipe it through the speakers, but right now, nope, that was chat only. So I didn't actually get to hear any of that. But I'm back. So, over we go to here. I'm actually not going to go and get my cheat sheet for the PC version. I think I probably have been using it enough recently that I've got all of it memorized and I will know what to do. And I don't actually need my SD card for this either, as much as I just got set it up. I need the SD card for when I go to compile the Linux version, but for this version I do not. For the Windows version, I gotta get the Mac VST version ready, this ready, which is VST project. You can't actually see what I had over here, but it's this. It's what we just did. And we fire up our Windows environment, Windows 7, locked in a time capsule without access to the internet, I might add. So I can tell you directly what is in all of those things. And I can do that before we actually do this bit. Desk, Interstage, Channel 9, and other plugins. Also mentioned are bus colors and so on. So here's the story with that. Desk is a lot like the channel plugins. Channel is simple distortions, much like what I'm doing with TapeHack. It's a variety of things like that. The most current version of channel is essentially three things. There is a very subtle and gradual high-pass filter. There is a slew clipper. The slew clipper affects extremely bright sounds. For the SSL version, the slew clipper barely does anything because the SSLs are brighter, and so the slew clipper has less to do. And there is a saturation. The saturation started out being just a density style. That is literally sine. It is literally sine. However, what Channel 9 is designed to do is crossfade between styles of a distortion plugin. So what it's going to do is it's going to parallel do a version of the spiral algorithm, and then it's going to do a version of density, which is just sine. And if you turn it up halfway, you have entirely the spiral algorithm, which is still a kind of soft clipper, but it's been multiplied and altered around in such a way that it has a cleaner low level. It's not as distorted in the low levels, and then it starts kicking into more distortion faster later, which makes it sound kind of drier and less fat. And so you turn the Channel 9 drive up to about halfway and you're in spiral, and then from halfway to full, you're crossfading between spiral and sine. And sine gives you the beefiest, fattest kind of sound, but it can get a little bit in the way. That's what Channel 9 gives you. It's very subtle. Desk is basically just the same kind of thing, but with variations on... It's very similar to Channel 9. In fact, after I finish doing this, we could look at the code of it if you really want to. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just older versions of the same kinds of stuff that I keep doing variations on. Bus colors is a impulse response. Bus colors comes from a place on the internet where they were publishing different variations on impulse responses through audio gear and at different gain levels. And that's what bus colors is it dates way back, and it's the idea of you can have a impulse response that sounds like a piece of gear, and it's applying a tone coloring. And the there can also be a different impulse response, which is gear but with a much higher level, in the belief that maybe that will act differently. And it's not dissimilar to what Acoustica does with the millions of different impulse responses in a sort of grid kind of thing that they do. The nebula stuff back in the day. And so I consider bus colors to be like coats of paint. And I don't tend to like those because my highest aspiration is not to exactly duplicate the sound of something like that, but be able to get the music to be as good as it is through something like that. So does that get you caught up? And of course you can combine all of the things as much as you like. There is no right or wrong answer. Maybe you're trying to make a sound that does sound like a coat of paint, and you're after very particular tone colors, in which case combining all manner of different plugins might be the way to go. Also, interstage is another very simple algorithm. It's another one of those where it's like some kind of processing, not much calculating, minimalist. Interstage in particular has a very minimalist sound to it. It doesn't change the sound hardly at all. The idea from it, I believe, was to try to resemble what a interstage transformer would do to the sound. I can't tell you whether I was really successful in that. I know that was what I was trying to do. And the idea is it needed to be so minimal that you could throw it between like everything that you're doing and it still wouldn't ruin everything. So interstage is very subtle compared to some of these other ones. Now here's how we go about doing this. We go to projects and bring in VST project. And we drag these three files from the Mac VST into here, into their new home. And then we're launching Visual Studio Community 2015. This is all under emulation, so it'll take itself a little while, but that's fine. And Control-Shift-O for opening the project that we're in, which isn't currently called TAPAC yet. So we got to rename it here. Then Shift-Alt-A option is what we call it on the Mac. Weirdly, on this old Mac, it says Alt on the key. Double-click that, and there's one of our headers, source files, and click and then Control-click for a discontinuous selection. This is one of the things that Windows does that I like, that you get to do that all you want. And having loaded these in, we can just straight up start building it. And unless there is some horrible surprise waiting for me, it'll be fine. I can find that out by closing this briefly. One succeeded. That's going to be a working plugin. So having built that, now we need to do the 64-bit. So the first thing we do is rename this. We have to click away before we do anything else, otherwise it won't take. And then we set it in configuration to x64. And the way I've got it set up, that was all it needed. And now we build this. Same deal. And it'll do its best to do that. And we're done. Here's our dills. Another control click for selecting them. I have to click and hold down for a moment, otherwise it can sort of hiccup, but this is when I drag it out of the Parallels environment onto the Mac desktop. And see the little, it's not showing me a folder icon, which that means it's not able to do it yet. So let's give that another try. Maybe click on it, count to 3, then drag it off. There we go. Now we can see the little icon showing that it will copy those to the desktop. And these are the Windows dills that people will get built out of this. I habitually put the end results in VST plugins, but then when I go where I go from here is control click some of these things and then delete them, because I don't get to distribute the VST2.x folder. Steinberg would be cross if I did. That would be implying that you could still do their old things when they want to stop people from building their old things, which I dislike. But what are you going to do? And now we have a folder, which is the Windows folder that goes into the source code on my GitHub, except for it's not called that yet. And now it is, and the same thing. I gotta click and hold for a second so that it recognizes what it's doing. And then, if it shows me that little folder, it's able to copy it. And here is both the Windows and the Linux version, because they're not quite the same. So I'll do that also. We'll delete this. We'll close that. We'll empty the recycle bin. We'll shut this down. So now we go back over to our plugins folder. We've already got Mac AU. We've already got Mac VST. This constitutes WinVST, but I'm going to option drag it because we're going to simplify it down to become the Linux version. Command delete for this. Just throw that away. Throw these away. Now when I bring it into the Linux environment, I'm going to have to take the terminal and go into it and delete stuff using rmrf, because there are invisible files in here which are part of the macOS file system. And Linux doesn't actually want to build it and have those be there, so I tend to have to remove them manually. But for now, this equates to the Linux version. And then I'll be copying all of that source code over to my little memory stick. And I will be building the Linux builds, both the Intel Linux build and also the Raspberry Pi Linux build. Now this is a plugin where the Raspberry Pi could run it. Some of my stuff I wonder, it might be too hard, but for this one I am pretty sure Raspberry Pi can run it just fine. And having done that, it's about 2:30 in the afternoon. I am not going to continue streaming past 5, but I might very well still be able to get a head start on one of the other things that you might see again this coming week. Maybe I'll still be working on it this coming week. And to tell you what that's going to be, I'd like to do a variation on Smoothie Q, which apparently we have to go back a ways to find. Or simply look it up alphabetically, that'll work too. Not the same plugin as Smooth. Smooth is a different other separate plugin. So first concept, what do we call it if it's not Smoothie Q? I could just increment the version. That is definitely a possibility. Might make sense. See, the deal with Smoothie Q is it's this particular arrangement of biquad filters, but I am intentionally stacking up multiple biquad filters with a Bessel crossover. Bessel is a Q value for crossovers. In fact, there's a variety of things that you do with them. And Butterworth is another Q value for crossovers. I think it's 707. And the deal with those is those control how steep your cutoff gets to be. And you can use your biquad filter with all of its stuff intact and dial down the Q from the Butterworth point to make it shallower and shallower, at which point its transient behavior is going to start acting different. And the deal with that is I designed Smoothie Q. See, we can have a look at the H file. It's a 3-band with 2 crossovers. In this case, we are clearly, because you can see how this is designed, it is using biquad filters for all this. We appear to have 2 sets of 3. Or, oh, I think I see what's happening here. We have literally just 2 crossovers between these 2 things, but it is stacked up 3 high. So what's happening is we're doing a biquad filter to be sure. We've got 3 bands, so we have 2 crossovers. Those are the 2 crossovers. They're being done similarly, but not exactly the same. Because implementing a steep Bessel filter means you get to use, and in fact, implementing a Butterworth filter would be much the same. You get to use these different steepnesses for the filters and just run them in succession to produce a much steeper combined filter than if you just had the one filter. And we're doing it. So there's a bunch of stuff about this as well, because here's the deal. The frequencies wind up being slightly different. So currently what I'm wondering about as I stare at this and think in preparation for making another plugin, if I was going to modulate the steepnesses of the filters, how would that be? Because the end goal, like I've got a specific end goal in mind, and I'm talking about that a little bit now. The end goal is not 3 bands, 4, but also you get to manipulate the frequency positions as if they are controlling the center frequency of the band rather than controlling the center frequency of the cutoff. Rather than specifying the cutoff, you should be able to specify the band. That's what I would like for my joysticks and my control surface. There's a problem. If you're specifying the center of the band, but moving the frequencies of these cutoffs, which can be Bessel shallow, or they can be much steeper. I could also look up what it would take to do a series of filters that give a Butterworth crossover and just dial that back so that the steepest crossover would be 3 Butterworths stacked on top of each other, which is not unlike what I'm doing for Isolator. That's actually pretty steep. But then scale them all back down with another control. And the last thing is, so you have your 4-band filter. And so you have 4 frequency controls rather than the 3 crossovers. And those are centered on whatever band it is that you're doing. In other words, the end result would be, I have these joysticks over here, and you push it up and that band goes up. Pull it down, the band goes down. Scooch it from side to side, and the band shifts from side to side wherever it's at. But it's not a parametric, like boosty type of thing. It's not on one frequency. It's actually a really wide boost. And if you're running these really steep crossovers done in this way, then the edges of where the crossovers go are going to be fairly obvious. And so the idea was, do your 4 bands, 4 frequencies, that gets us up to 8. And then the final version that would go into a console plugin would be 4 bandwidth ones, which would be able to narrow or broaden the band that it's in, which could also correlate with messing with the resonances of these stacks so that they are no longer as steep. Now, I think I can work out how to make the bands and the crossovers move relative to where they're at. Like I can, if everything is sitting in one place and you say take the high mid and you turn the frequency of it up, that implies that the high mid to high crossover and the low mid to high mid crossover both move up. On the other hand, if you moved that up and then you move the low mid down, what you'd end up with is that the low mid to high mid frequency doesn't actually move in that circumstance because the 2 joysticks are moving in opposite directions. What could also make sense is if they moved farther apart, that crossover stops being as steep, which is another reason why I'm thinking in terms of going to a Butterworth for it. I also feel like on this computer I'm streaming from, I might just have hidden, yep, I've got the Butterworth and Bessel filter formulas. That is actually a formula for deriving those things rather than lookup tables. So that's a little annoying. I do have that information elsewhere though. The Bessel version, I have this. So that's what SmoothieQ is made out of. It's made out of the reality that you can do this. In fact, I think I even have the cube. See, there's our multiplication factor. On the other hand, I don't honestly see the numbers being the same as what I've got here. That's a bit of a concern. Why am I seeing a 1.90, 1.68, and a 1.60 for frequencies? Oh, because it's a 6th order filter. Okay, so what I'm what I'm looking at, I've got these numbers copied into the frequency factor, and these numbers copied into the resonance factor. 1.02, 0.6, and 0.5. Now, if I was to do, let's dig it up. I know I've got this around here somewhere. And it'll say Butterworth on it too. Do I have it here? I think I do not. Well, what I can do is go to my documents folders and no. Or I could just search, don't mind me getting stuck on a thing. I'll get there though. Bear with me and I'll get there. Looking through the Airwindows folder once more. Oh, Airwindows notes, I bet that's where it is. Transformer measurement. This is the kind of stuff that would have given me interstage, is looking up this transformer modeling thing. Aha! Here is somebody who has upgraded their 6-stage 12th order filter. That's somebody responding to me directly. I claimed that it do the thing, but instead I did not do the thing. It's supposed to be a IIR moving average. So he has done another thing. And what I'm looking for is the other information around this, which I'm not seeing right at the moment, but I'll get there. Bear with me. Bear with me, we're gonna damn well get there. It's not gonna be the householder matrix. Ooh, hi. Looky there, I found some stuff. Bessel Q values. So this is what I had before, which this is what's like what this is about. It's not what I'm going to want, mind you, but it is giving me some of these things, because you see where it says 6, and we've got 3 stages of this. And this is the multiplication factors. And then this is 1.0233. And likewise, this is 1.0233. So here's our magic numbers for implementing a Bessel filter. 6th order Bessel filter. But you know, we can do more than that. Let's go and find where the Butterworth information is. I swear I must have it here. Look at that. Bada bing. And the neat thing about this is it doesn't seem to have a frequency multiplication factor. So it is this information I'm going to dig into for altering this. And then I get to have the frequencies stay much more similar. And 6th order still appears to be, see, Butterworth gets to be way steeper than Bessel. You'll notice that the Bessel frequency, the resonance of it, the steepest resonance for the Bessel is like 1.02. The steepest version for making it into a Butterworth is like 1.93. And again, this is like the thing that the guy told me about. When you have a chart like this, and it's making an incredibly steep order of filter, this is just a moving average filter. This is just an IIR like the kind that I make, which honestly does make me wonder whether it would be worth doing something like that. Also, I love the fact that this is golden ratio rears its ugly head. Look at that. Golden ratio shows up in a Butterworth filter. Makes you wonder whether maybe I should use this version. Also, if I do this version and like make it work out somehow, I will find out whether that is worked out if I do such a thing, and then code it up, leaving out one of the biquad filters for the much simpler first order moving average filter, and have it still produce exactly right frequencies on span, because that's the way I'll be able to tell. Like if I try that and I don't have the frequencies right, it won't be flat with the correct cutoff. But if I do have the frequencies right, it will be flat with the correct cutoff. And then again, I can go to the sixth order filter, force it to be a little bit steeper than that, and then have a full biquad rather than this. And the middle stage is actually what you get for if you just ran the base. Well, is it? Yes, it is. The middle one is the exact center for if you just had a second order filter. You wind up getting this, and then one's flanking it. Similarly, if you did a 10th order filter, you've got this and you've got these flanking it, and you run all of these in series, and the end totals up to be a perfectly steep Rick Wally kind of filter, where it's very steep cutoff. And your steepest aspect of that filter is like a 3.1 Q. It's a very resonant part of the filter, but then everything else is dialing it back and it's no longer as resonant. So one possibility is to try going for a 7th order filter as my max steepness, and see what happens if you back off on these resonance. Because the idea here is I should be able to put in a control where if you've got it cranked up, that's as steep as it goes and it's very accurate and correct. But then when you proportionally dial each of these back by turning down a knob, it gets shallower and still works. And that is a question that remains to be seen. I don't know whether it would still work. I've also never done an odd order filter where the Q value is 1 divided by S plus 1. Maybe it's as simple as like an IIR form of your simplest moving average kind of thing. Remember on Tuesday I was talking about working on my finances by tracking all of my credit card stuff and applying an IIR filter to them so that I could see what I was generally doing. And that can be done by keep a running tally, and every month your running tally divided by times 0.9 and then you add 1/10 of the new one coming in. That makes it easy to keep track of because you just take your bill and divide it by 10. Knock off a 0 and add that. But it is also clearly not the same as a filter of 0.5. I think it would be more along the lines of maybe divided by 2 plus the value coming in. That would offset the level, though. At least I think it would offset the level. Also, a neat thing about this is you could put that at the end. You could put the soft one at the end, and then it would smooth out any details, because it would be acting kind of like a... You could, similarly to how I've done with some of the console versions, you can put the steepest one first and have them get softer and softer as they go, at which point your final filtering stages are smooth and manageable. I'm thinking maybe what I want to do, let's just call it Smooth EQ2. Let's just call it Smooth EQ2 and go with that. Because the thing about that is I can sort of jump to do that. Oh, is this another? Hang on. Slow the heck down, you. Yeah, it's an N2N. N2N means that I do not have stereo coming in. So we'll continue that. This will at least be something to play with today, even if I don't get all the way there. There's a bunch of things I intend to try. First thing in my mind is I would like to simplify this so that it is no longer as complicated as the Bessel implementation. If I can do these Butterworth filters so their frequency cutoffs are all exactly the same, although here's the thing, like, let's go and look up that guy's complaint. I'm not looking at this on screen just yet, but all the matter. This will Q values. Nope, that's just the values. God, excuse me. So when did the man make the remarks of which I am trying to react? Ah, better 6-stage Butterworth 12th order. It's Antoine Portes. I've just read the call to console 8, noticed what I believe is a mistake. He's correct, it was a mistake. So here's the thing. Let's switch back over to this and go find out how to do this. Because so far I haven't known how to do that. I can do the Butterworth filters. I can make it so that they are all biquads implemented this way. I am not clear on how to make an exponential moving average and tune it to frequencies like this. He's helpfully given me a set of biquads cascaded. It would be the information from like here or thereabouts. Yeah. See, 504314448, 504314448. He's even giving extra decimal points. It's the 12th order, just as he said. So Antoine is helping me out with that stuff. But the question is, how do I make this exponential moving average? These are the things that I do, that I wing. Like, I do them and then put the controls on and go, here, play with this knob. But what I'd be wanting to do is tune it to exactly the right frequency to match the biquads, and that I don't know about. Nor do I know how you would measure a moving average, an exponential moving average one-pole filter. I don't know how to tune that to a frequency because I don't hear them as having a frequency. They're so far from resonance that they're like not even there. But they're still neat. So let's do some of that while we're at it. Boop. We're going to look stuff up on the internet, see whether we can find them. Set frequency of one-pole exponential moving average. How are we going to go about doing that? Signal processing, stack exchange. That seems legit. It's throwing a bunch of stuff in my way. Please don't. What is the cutoff frequency? I can't make any sense out of this math. I'm not good enough for that. There's a Wikipedia entry. This is math formulated in a way where it's mathematical resumption, examples of series of samples. Here's code. So that would be a frequency. This is a little more baffling. Probably MATLAB internal stuff. And the 3 dB down point. So most of this code is for plotting in MATLAB, so that's not helpful at all. This will end up being very simple code. I just got to figure out how we translate what we get in a biquad. Oh, Magic, you've got the answer? Neat, neat, neat. Perhaps you should simply give me that and I should stop messing about with Wikipedia. I might have one of my peoples being better at this math than I do. Because I don't have to care about the difference between two consecutive samples. I am simply trying to tune it to the same thing that my biquad will be tuned to. And I think I'm being given the answer. But not by this. By chat. I am curious as to whether I'm going to see that also showing up here. So I guess it'd be the same as a 1, and so it would end up looking like this, which seems about right. That seems about right for like what I've built into things like not channel, but density drive and so on. They have a high pass and it's implemented in that way. I just don't have I don't think I'd be worried about that. Okay, electrical filters. Okay, that didn't actually get me it. However, nope. I want to see what this, okay, it's bilinear, but maybe that's not actually correct. Let's find out what it does, if anything. That's not as helpful as I would have hoped. Sorry, not making any sense of that. Let's keep walking backward. Or let's search again. Or maybe I will just ask chat. So here's a way that you can pitch in. Firstly, I think seeing as I can't actually get any help out of that other stuff, what I should do is go back to the code that I'm doing and then start trying to bring it in. And I'm going to want to, and if I blow the rest of today doing this, that's fine. No Coca View, because that's my shorthand for stereo. We're going to increment it to be Smoothie Q2. And we're going to start with literally this stuff from here. So Matij says coefficient equals exponent negative 2 pi times frequency divided by sample rate. I usually put more parentheses in there because I'm not that clear on the sequence of operations. Honestly, I'm not sure whether there even is a need for parentheses in there, but I'd probably multiply first, put that in parentheses, and then divide the result. Also, do I have that operation? Do I have exp? I'm not sure if I do or not. And I think I'm going to start roughing this in the way I mean to go on. We'll start by assuming everything is about in a half. So for filters, we can also, well, do I want to dial it back to, Let's assume that nothing is going to be saturated or anything fancy like that. So therefore, I don't need to worry about having a bunch of extra things for drive or for, gain or whatever. It's all contained within the top 4 controls. But I could see doing a version for myself that has 4 resonance controls, just so that I can have the version that gets plunked into later console versions. Because with that, there will be 12 controls to assign, and I can only make a maximum of 10 for stuff that goes into consolidated. So all this stuff is going to be sort of splitting the difference. And that takes me down to L. And we'll go through and delete everything else. And then for making it into an actual plugin, what I'm going to end up having to do is ditching the last couple, like commenting them out or whatever, and boiling down some of it, like for instance, having there be only 2 or 1 Q factor controls, and everything else kind of rides off of the back of that. It doesn't matter. It's just, I'm just going to try to make it work. This is just me walking through the process of making a thing work so I can start fooling with it. So we get that much done. And I'm thinking maybe I'm going to change all of this around, because I'm not actually going for Bessel, I'm going for Butterworth, but I also want to include, bear with me. I do like the fact that I'm using a name, because if I have stuff called biquad whatever, there could be any number of things that I'm doing in a plugin. But if I call it Bessel or something different like that, then I can plunk it into the middle of another plugin that's using biquads for something else without having to rename. So we're going to start right off doing something like that. Let's call it SB for smooth biquad or smooth Butterworth. There's going to be a control letting you stop it being literally a Butterworth, so that's fine too. Although I gotta say, the control won't actually alter the slowest one, will it? But you know, that's probably fine. I probably don't need that much dampening to get it to cool off. Like full crank would be full steepness, and half crank would drop that 2.24 down to 1.12, which is about as steep as the Bessel gets at its max. So feels like it should just about work. I feel like that could just about work. I can do a find and replace for the other stuff. Boop. And then lastly, I am going to need an additional variable for each side. This contains left and right that we're not using both of, but I'm going to need an extra variable for each side. Wait a minute. What's this here? Am I actually using this wastefully? What's going on? No, I think I probably am not. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I thought I was mistakenly doing it in a stereo version or something, but no. Nope, this is... However, I do see another issue. All this needs to be rehacked. All this needs to be rehacked. It's not going to make any sense for Smooth EQ. It's not going to make any sense for what I'm trying to do. Because I have no business just naming these things A, B, C, D, E, F. What that is mid to high and bass to mid. Maybe that's what I need to be doing. Maybe that's what I need to be doing is calling them by that. This is frustrating. I feel like I should get this running before diving into this too deep. Let's start undoing a bunch of crap. I run the risk of getting so bogged down in this that I never get anything running. And never is a big word. Too strong of a word. I would get something running eventually. But I kind of have my heart set on firing this up and making something happen quickly. To do that, I gotta copy the stuff that I have here. And once I have it working, then I start messing with everything. So let's go over to here. And I hope like heck I can get something out of this coef equals x negative 2 pi. Maybe I can look that up. How about we look that up on the internet? I don't have to be clever enough to figure it out. If somebody has said that as well as the additional stuff around it. exp paren negative 2 pi times How often has somebody put those words together in that way? Cora says, what's the reason for the complex exponential function having a period of 2 pi? It doesn't. It has a period of math 2 pi I. Okay, not helpful. Time constant. There's an equation like that that shows up in FFT transforms. That's not what I want to see, but it's true. It shows up in Fourier transforms a lot. Oh yeah, no, that's showing up a lot. Is e2x an exponential function? Fx e2x is an exponential function as the base is e, which is a constant that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do. Oh my god. What's the explanation? What's the equation for the exponential signal, which is indeed what we're talking about? The complex exponential signal, or complex sinusoid, is designed as xt equals aej funny-shaped wot plus I don't even know what letter that is. Wow. Thanks. That's amazing. Math guys. Damn. Wikipedia time constant is saying some things. They're still in math, though. I know, right? You gotta laugh. I have to laugh because I can't make this work. I may have to abandon it if Magic Thighs there isn't able to explain what the heck is going on. I do know that I would be establishing a continuing variable because IIR functions always do that. And it's going to be a form of IIR. And what he's saying in terms of coef equals x minus 2 pi, that's going to be part of the equation for how it works. That is the formula for... Here, let me close this. That was no further help. Magic Thighs. I bet it is Magic Thighs. I bet it is a Hitchhiker's Guide inspired name. Ah, there you are. Yep, impulse response for one pole is indeed an exponential decay, and I can do one poles, and so it kind of makes sense. Fair, that does make sense. So if people start chatting so intensely that remark scrolls off screen, I'll scroll back on screen and go and find it. I can't copy it onto the current computer, but I could copy it manually. Kind of have my heart set on getting this to compile and make a noise. Because if I can get it to do that, which I can if I try, then I can try these other things as well. So we go up to L. This is not Airwindows Consolidated compatible, but that doesn't matter. I'll fix that later. And we are continuing to copy out only what is currently in Smoothie Q so that we can start from a working position before like renaming all the things in a way that makes better sense. And because it is also a N2N or mono audio unit, I can literally do this. Copy that. And paste it from the uint32n sample frames. And save it and build it, and after it struggles with the initial bit. I should, oh no, I do need to declare something else too. Bear with me. This at least I know what it is. This at least I know what happened. So incrementing these, I habitually increment them by 1 letter. That is the same as smoothie Q. And as long as I don't have too many other things with exactly the same kind of name, Q goes to R. Smur. And that should build, and it has, because it's not different from the one that does work. And if I boop it into here, I don't believe, do I have labels on? Let's find out. No, all of my labels are what I wanted to end up coming out. Oh, I do. I do want to use a 1 pole. I don't know how, or at least specifically, what I don't know how to do is I don't know how to take a frequency the same as what I would put into a biquad filter and have that correspond to the same cutoff frequency of a commensurate 1 pole filter so that they would match. With these Butterworth filters, if I stack them up, and that's what Antoine objected to when I coded it, and I coded it wrong. I put in a biquad with the resonance of 0.5. That's not what that means. Instead, I was supposed to do the exponential. And I would like to introduce an exponential to all of this. I can do that and take it from a 6th order to a 7th order filter and steepen the other parts of the filter quite a bit. And it should work just fine. But I can't do it by just, granted, it's not a significant, the cutoff of the exponential filter, because I already make those, is so slow and hard to pin down that it could be almost anything. I could have the math completely wrong and it would still be pretty much roughly in the region, but I would like to know what the correct answer is. So yeah, that formula will indeed help me. I just don't know quite how to, no, you probably just gave it to me. It says frequency divided by sample rate, so I could put in frequency as hertz and sample rate as I have, at which point it would give me what I need. So let's mess this up a little bit further in a way that'll make it easier for me to hack with. And hack is a correct term because this is just dumb. But crossover from mid to high and crossover from low to mid. And I'm going to have to duplicate all of this over again. Sure is. It sure is. And Magic Dice there is helping me greatly by bringing some of this stuff to my awareness. I'm going to have to set these manually, but I can do that. We'll do this temporarily. 6 and 4 is how we started out. And now there will be some labeling that references what it is actually doing, rather than only referencing what I want to make it do, which is different. Here we are. No sense in copying it to the desktop yet. We're so far from being done. Where's my damn sound folder? There it is. So in using this, I can make an effect stack right away before even doing anything, and we can see some of what this does, at which point it'll be pretty easy to see if I'm doing it wrong or right. So firstly, let's add, I'm going to go and seek it. QRS. Smoothie Q, where are you? Smoothie Q2. There you go. And we get to see what it does. And I'm just going to turn the volume way down on the speakers. I don't need to suppress it any further than that. This can sit over here, or indeed over there. I can sit underneath my camera. There we are. That is the Bessel filter. And we can mess with, let's see, where they cut off. And if we manipulate these and then include the filter that Magic Eyes knows about. By the way, if you are not riffing off of Douglas Adams's Hitchhiker's Guide names, I apologize, and tell me how to pronounce that. It's technically Matt H. Is. So there is a character in Hitchhiker's Guide that's spelled fairly similarly to that. But yeah, so we have this. And it's a lovely filter that's behaving perfectly and doing all the things we want. It's well behaved, and it has real big limitations as far as to how steep it is. Is it spelled math or mat? Do you put a T in there? Or is it a th? Mathij? It looks like it would be Mathij, but tell me if I'm getting it right. Matthijs. Okay, that's all I need to know. I know how to spell that. Matthijs. Matthijs is being very helpful to me today, so I'm going to put in the effort to get this right. As you can see, Smoothie Q is in fact very smooth, but it sure as heck isn't very steep. And I just quit out of there without saving the stack. Let's go and do that over again, because I did that on purpose and then just threw away all of my work. Not all of my work. All of my effect stack making work. And I've only got a little over half an hour before thawing out food, and at least I get to do recent effects this time. They're even going to the same place, so that's nice. And then we save this as Smoothie Q2. We have so many things in the stacks. There's our test bed for what things, well, let's resave it as neutral. X mid high, X low mid. Those are in fact correct. Other than this started out as 4. Resave that. Only when I've loaded it will it remember what name it is. It doesn't remember it when you've just saved it. It goes back to nothingness again. Now I can quit. Jess, no, I did not. I had a brief look at it. That was all I can do. Having the time to check that isn't going to be a thing. So let's see, here is where we got to. We are not yet changing these things, but one thing I do need to do, Here's one of the cutoffs. Here's another of the cutoffs. We'll call it mid-high IR because that's literally what it is. We'll call that low mid, which is literally what it is. And we're not worrying about changing the rest of the names, but we're going to be adding another one of these, which will work basically the same as the other ones. Yeah, I did finish the new tape plugin. It will be coming out this coming weekend. You can see it on the top of the screen that I have component, VST, and 2 window stills. So I do at least have that coming. So that's a nice start. And I have some evolutions on it past where I had it on Tuesday. So once we've declared a variable, we need to initialize it before doing anything else. It makes me sad how messy this all is, but whatever. And having just written that, I have to go back and look at what it said. There we go. So those can be turned into the kind of filter that Matthias was telling me about. Actually, it reminds me of Matthias, and that's fairly close pronunciation-wise. So that might help me. Now that you're helping me, I seriously want to remember, even as my brain leaks out of my ears trying to do this stuff. I tend to have too much on my mind and stumble. But we're going to try not to stumble. So here's our gains. That's fine. I'm a little puzzled from some of this, but that's okay too. The code part is not very big. You may see that it is not all that big. There's the gains. Am I in fact doing what I think I'm doing? Well, we're declaring all of these things, and one thing we can do... Canada has a major vitamin A tax. Well, I'm not in Canada, and I don't really know what that is. How do you end up with vitamin A? I don't eat enough good food to get vitamins from anything much. Let's jump into this and start punching in the values for the Butterworth filters. So one of the things I wanted to do, I'm going to have to shuffle stuff around a whole bunch. Everything's filling up my desktop over here, but no matter. Multiplication factor for frequency. So this is apparently what you got to do. So for biquad, so order 1, biquad 1 multiplied by 1.0. And with Q values thus and so. Did you know? Okay. Remember that I can only do things in C and have no math. So the formulas, like the way that you described the formula, I'm going to type it now. before it's off screen. Because the chat is starting to catch on and move. That's not code. It would not compile. It would not work. But I'm pretty sure I know what I can do to make it work. Firstly, and in fact I can comment it so that we're looking a little bit more like what that is. You didn't post a just link that I could see, so unfortunately we are out of luck there. YouTube doesn't necessarily let you do helpful things, so we're going to get by as best we can. So here's part of what we do. There's another useful piece of it. We're going to assume that this is going to get promoted to double in order to do this with it. And we can multiply in a string like this. So if we did double $10K, then this starts turning into code that would work. So that would work. I think maybe I could also distribute it like this. I think that would also work. Oh, XF. That's probably true. I bet you'd want to do that. I'll find out easily enough. There we go. So -2, I'm doing doubles, so it's not technically floats. Pi times, I don't even have inf sample rate, so I don't think so. This looks to be in the gist of things. So we've got this working currently. All of these are param D or param E. If we're doing the Butterworths, we're not doing this additional multiplier. But an additional twist, I don't think we're doing 0.25 divided by overall scale either. Let's go and find Butterworth filters and use those. Oh, XBIS for doubles, cool. Well, then I don't actually have to use that. We're good. So let's go and find Butterworth filter frequency declarations. Everybody knows how to do this but me, but I've done it before, so I can look it up. And I've done it in such a way that it gives me correct answers. Such as literal biquad. I think maybe this is, I feel like maybe literal biquad is too early to be labeled appropriately. But this is the more current version. So yeah. So if I want to deal with actual frequencies rather than just unlabeled things, and that's an assumption. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. If I didn't, if I wanted to just go from the maximum frequency ranges, see, this is another weirdness of SmoothieQ2. I think it lets you manipulate stuff right outside the audible range. if you ask it to. So what we could instead do is so this one's 2 and this one's 4. We can take this whole section here. I have too many parens to do this. I don't care. I can probably do it anyway. And now our controls restrain themselves to the audible range and are scaled the way that I scaled the biquads in biquad plus. But do I have enough parentheses? Clearly I do not. Is this enough parentheses? Yes. So now that I've done that, these are now setting the frequencies of the stacks of biquads all to the same frequency, rather than what I've got with Bessel, which was making unique cutoff frequencies for each one. Attila Victorio Emerald, I don't know. And here I'm looking at Q values for Butterworth filters between orders 2 and 20. For all I know, I have this on this computer and could just look at it or copy from it. Yes, indeed, you might. That would involve making another variable. I'll figure it out. What I've got here probably works. So there's that. Also, if I make this be 20K, that is also now set to the maximum possible rate. So the next thing to do is to go for the Q values for Butterworth filters between orders 2 and 20, starting from steepest. So that becomes 2.24697. 960. Then the second one is 0.8. Oh, 01 93774. Again, they're going to be the same. And then the final one that is not, see, I'm going to be making something that is not correct. The second one that is not the exponential filter is 0.55. 495. $813. So if I compile this and build this now, it will create something that works. The code for coefficient compiled and worked. Or compiled that didn't work. It's not doing anything. And we're now going to be making a filter where I can set it up to be the low pass and I can run the noise. And we can load the effect stack. And when we do this, this part of it's still flat. because it's just subtracting and adding at different frequencies. But then when I start cutting it off, now we're much steeper, but we are not actually an accurate filter anymore. Come on, you pesky thing. Oh, it's really grinding now. The poor thing, it is struggling. It is not a correct filter because it doesn't have the exponential filter built into it. This is why it's rising slightly to this point. So to make it be flat, what I do is... Hang on. I have to scroll up because I'm struggling that hard today. Matiz. The thing this is missing is the code Matiz was telling me about. So the next step is to figure out whether I can make this exponential filter in a way that is mathematically correct, so that if I got the stuff right, it would work. Let's move it down to here. Because as it gets progressively less steep, so freq rather than being 20K is going to be this formula. Don't know whether I have the right number of parentheses. Easy to find out. Yes, I do. So that's now going to set freq to the same frequency that not Bezier, what am I talking about? The same that the biquad frequencies are set to. And I think that Matiz is telling me the correct thing. So here's how mid-high IIR. I'll even keep the coef, although I usually use other language for that. That. And then one here for good measure for when I get it working. Low mid is what I called it. Wait, no, that's just calculation. Hard time typing that D when the keyboard is falling apart. There we go. Got there. So that should give me the behaviors I need. There's the initializing, and I believe I can put a little space between these because this is the first bank, and then this is the second bank, and there will be a third bank. And here's how this is done. Oh, spoke too soon. No, no, no. This is how this is done. This is how SmoothieQ works. I'm doing these filters one step at a time and then reconstructing it again each step of the way. So all I have to do is add another layer. What I don't like about this is that I feel like I'm doing it wrong. And yet, I'm not. I'm really not. We got our treble L, mid L, bass L. It's doing one layer of that and then recombining them using the gain. But it's recombining them into treble L and then going from there. So this is working. And there are exactly 2 crossovers each time. And I'm looking at first stage 2 crossovers, second stage 2 crossovers, third stage 2 crossovers. So if I was to add another cutoff, I would be having 3 stages in each of these 3 sections. So I'm going to make a note to help myself understand that. And then we recombine. And then if you add the third one, rather than adding another thing onto the end here, it goes 3, 3, 3 rather than 2, 2, 2. Which implies that my third stage of the IIR filters works the same way. I shouldn't say IIR filters because biquads are also IIR filters. And so I have to put my filter code in here. And use a very simple formula, same formula for reconstructing them. And we're going to revert to treble L here. So now I need to make the actual exponential filter. I have the coefficient, and I've done filters like this before, so I'm going to start with something that I have that works, and then try to adapt it to what Matthias said. Matthias. Ugh. My brain's falling out of my ears. I apologize deeply. I do the best I can, but I got my limitations and I can only be so much. Sometimes being a functioning human is gilding the lily and too difficult to manage. Why is there a biquad in there? That's a little more complicated than it needs to be, but it's essentially the same thing. So first I stick it in there as if it belongs, which it does not. We're not using dielectric scale, that's more complicated. We are also not having it be a high pass. We're doing low passes today. Although we're probably going to end up with something like that. There's going to be similar things here. You know, my brain spends all of its time falling from my ears, but then I guess it has fun because it comes back and gives me things like the new plugin for this week. So I can't really complain too hard. It would be much sadder if I got nothing out of it. My hope is that I can treat people nicely and remember their names and stuff. Other way around? Fair. Fair. We're just starting. We're starting to put in the specific words we need here. And here's a start. We're doing that rather than the other thing. There's our intermediate part. So I'm going to stick that here. Meaning it's going to become that. Oh, do you, when you say other way around, do you mean that you would prefer treble L times IR amount, which will be your coefficient? Or do you mean treble L gets 1 minus the amount? Because it's going to be one or the other. I can probably figure it out with enough effort. So treble L minus mid L, that so far as that is correct. So this goes away. Triple L, fair. Okay, that's easily done. And there's no reason that wouldn't be true, although we're going to stick the actual values in here. Seems legit. Honestly, I feel like at this stage, I'm almost up to the point of having it be functioning. If I poke, I can have at least the treble crossover. We don't even have coefficient here anymore. It's this, not IR amount. This is the one I was working with, so you probably recognize it. And that would probably do it, because that's the form I have it in, because it needs to be two different crossovers. No, I had spaces in there, but I will compress some of the other parts. This is just textual. And then I have one other band. I can do a third crossover following this pattern. So mid L, outsample, treble L minus. So this will follow the same pattern again. It'll replace this part. And we're not actually using outsample. And we're replacing with low mid IIR. Everywhere it appears. Excuse me. And it's going to be mid L this time. Yep. And then mid-L minus base L, and base L is not outsampled, but low mid, IIR. Outsample is code for biquads. And the lovely thing about this is look at how much more efficient it is than an actual biquad. If I get to include this to get one other order for something as simple as that, that's definitely a win. This is like what to make these out of now going forwards. And so I thank you. And now we find out whether it worked. I may not have it right yet. I feel like the odds are fairly good though, because the bits that I understand I was able to do and make sense of. Stop that. For heaven's sake. The bits that I understood I was able to do and make sense of, and the bits that I didn't understand, my friend in chat understood and was able to be on top of, and so we've probably got it sorted. Let's find out. So if I've got it sorted, effect stack, it'll open up the correct thing immediately. There we go. Like this. Then I can wipe out this high frequency cutoff. And it'll be steep, but there is no bump. I think that worked. It's doing a terrible job of keeping up. My poor computer is falling over and dying as we speak. But, and look at that, we can even take it up to 20K on this 96K thing. And that's its limit, which probably means I want to include high. Meaning that using the high boost, I can actually boost above 20K. How fun. It's not perfect. It's going to cramp a little bit. I'm not doing anything to stop it from cramping. But it's a shelving EQ rather than a narrow peak EQ, so that's probably fine. Yeah, listen to how nicely it does that. We can go right up to 20K, and then if we boost, we're technically boosting above 20K, and it's quite happy to do that as long as we are dealing with a 96K sample rate and the biquads combined with. Oh, do you have a more exact formula? That might be fun. As long as we're doing it. As long as we're doing our thing like this, with our new lovely, additionally steep cutoffs. So it's not able to go down to silence, but it's able to go down to 132 dB down. So that's kind of cool. And it looks lovely and flat apart from that, for the most part. The poor thing is struggling so hard, man, I gotta say. It is a shame. It is a shame to see. It makes you sad to see it. But that's probably because I have Xcode open as well, and so it's probably crunching for RAM. If it's crunching for RAM, maybe making it smaller would help. Nah, it didn't really care. We got there. Talk to me about your more exact formula. Okay, so. Oh, you retracted it. Okay, you're still working on that. Because it's going to be next thing to do. I know you used the term omega, so let's start with that. So here's our frequency. The frequency is fine. Bear in mind I'm starting with mid-high freq rather than doing frequency divided by sample rate. Okay, this is not translated into lame-brained chrysoholicness. Not yet. Let's see what we got to do to get there. We'll start with the initial version and leave what I've got there, because at least it worked, before I go breaking everything. Remembering I'm going to put mid-high in there. So I see you're generating omega first. And you're using frequency in such a way where I can run with mid-high frequency, so that's fine. 2 minus cosine, fair, okay. I don't know why that would be the more correct answer, but I didn't know how to do the first one, so I'm willing to go along with that. And then square root, fair enough, yeah. So this is not running every sample, so we can totally do that. If that makes it be better and good, I'm quite happy to run with it. Let's see where we can get. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to run off and thaw off my food for dinner. We started with frequency, so omega equals, and so, okay, and you're doing a K as well. And then you're using it immediately 3 times. That seems legit. Fair enough. We'll do that. Actually, the way this is working, those are temporary factors, so I'm not going to declare separate ones. I'm going to treat it like it's the biquad, and I'll declare that, and I'll declare K. Here. We get to reuse that. So we're already using K, so I'll use it again. And let's see, omega. Oh, I didn't capitalize it, though. That was part of me making it be the mid-high part, and we're not going there. But we are doing mid-high coef. And that matches that, so fine. Good, 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 going on. Same as an angle, same as a frequency. It's an intermediate stage, and I'm willing to run with the naming of it, because although I don't know why it's named that, I believe you that it's named that. 2.0. You're still doing the thing of you run your multiplications and divisions together as if they all don't matter. It's probably true that they don't, but I don't like it. I dislike it so much that, well, no, I don't like that either. I prefer this. That is what makes sense to me, because what that's doing is it is taking mid-high frequency and making it be a proportion of sample rate, meaning that this ends up being guaranteed a like 0 to 1 kind of thing. Oh, it's the funny little W? Okay. Okay. And that gives us omega, I believe. Yep, it does. And so here's K, and K is going to be 2 minus cosine omega. Cool. And the reason we're doing that is that we keep using it over and over rather than calculating it multiple times. Although there are instances in modern processors where you'd rather do the calculation repeatedly, but probably not if it's a cosine. That's a transcendental function. Those will get expensive. So we're not going to do that. And the mid-high coef is negative square root, wow, minus K. Okay, funky. Let's see what this gets us. You have all the math compared to me, my feathered friend. Okay. Times, shouldn't that more of the operator precedence stuff? I think what you want is, well, it doesn't actually, well, I can't tell what you're doing at all now anymore. So it's going to be something like this except for not. So what I would do is make precedence explicit. Are we multiplying K by itself before adding? Or are we multiplying it by double K? Or indeed, yeah, that's supposed to be a 1 there too, so it's supposed to look, I know, right? So it's supposed to look something like this, but I don't know the precedence at the operators, and I'm simply not willing to let that be implicit. And you're not doing precedence at the operators either. Are we multiplying the K's before subtracting? If we are, then it will look like that. And minus 1, fair. And if I am not completely out to lunch, it's going to be this. And I'm assuming that we multiply before subtracting. The reason I have it in the parentheses is because I'm not willing to just memorize operator precedence and always go by that. That feels just like messiness, and the computer isn't going to know any different. So I'm perfectly happy to make it explicit, and in fact I insist upon making it explicit. Alrighty, so if we have this, that's the new hotness. This is the new answer. Our low-mid frequency is going to be the same as before, so what we can do now is punch this in where the low-mid coefficients goes, and we don't need to redeclare omega, we don't need to redeclare K. In fact, we're going to use K almost immediately, but it's always a working variable. I know even if you don't put parentheses, it doesn't matter, but it helps me think more correctly about it. And it makes explicit what the math is going to do anyhow. So I will always choose to do that way. And now we go in and incorporate our new values. Low-mid frequency, low-mid frequency, and low-mid coefficient. That should have got us there. I could compress it even more by squinching it, but I tend to like having things declared each on their own line. So that's gonna stop me from squinching things together too much. I often like compressing space in that way, but not if it's going to involve declaring things partway through the line. And now that we've done this, we should have some, well, it's going to be obvious because we're about to run the code. You may have very well helped me through a nice little accurate way of doing these high-order Butterworth filters better than I had done at more efficiency than I was able to get before. I like that a lot, so thank you. And effect stacks. We will get white noise, and then if we cut off our highs, we have a lovely smooth cutoff and a pleasing amount of accuracy. In fact, it even looks as if it is more accurate in the lows. You did not get the signs wrong. This clearly suggests that you got the signs exactly right. That's cool. That's a slightly weird behavior, but no harm done. And since mid is being canceled out as much as it possibly can, the depth of our notch is as deep as we can split these apart. We'll take it right up to 20K. And right down to very deep. And we've got a lovely filter here where we can no longer hear what it's doing because it's all super or subsonic. It's a nice steep cutoff for what it's worth. And our notch is going right down to like a negative 168 dB of cancellation. I would say that's a pretty good result. And I'm forever getting stuck on these things. I'm going to start calling you Traumatize just to try to remember it. Thanks to Traumatize. Thanks to Traumatize, we have wonderful results. And I'm deeply grateful, and so should everybody else be, for walking me through this middling crazy stuff. Here's some low bass cutting off at around 200. Highs cutting off at 10K. And making a clip, which is not awesome, but whatever. That's a very, very steep cutoff. Formula from one of work program. Cool, cool. See, that is somebody who I don't know, so credit to Will, by all means. And then we can return to this. And do a very neat flat cutoff of this region. Many dB down. Weirdly, that doesn't look as flat as it could, huh? Let's see what happens when we zoom our mid-ranges up a bit. Bring our treble down a bit. Okay, when we do that too aggressively, we can get some funny interactions, but that's fine. You're not responsible for it doing weird things. Honestly, I'm often pretty happy with it doing weird things. Do I have a cancellation in here where it's giving me a super steep notch? We can make it do a notch down to about 120 dB, but then if we literally cut off all of the mid, it goes back up again to 72 dB down. That's interesting. Yeah, we start getting into the zone where the roll-off is the shape of a different kind of slope. I think it is some kind of interaction between the two bands combining. What I'm seeing, it feels to me like it's working fine. What you're not taking into account is that it's running within the smoothie queue topology. So I'm not going to fault it for that. I did it like that on purpose. In the smoothie queue topology, we're recombining it into its original form and then applying the same filtering over again each time. Okay. If we set it up like this, it gets flatter as it goes. Then as you continue to cut, we start to get into that zone where before it goes to completely zero, oh, maybe not. So that's like 144 dB down, but then if we peek in a little bit of this, it may be canceling against the low band rather than just only canceling against the high band. So what happens when we do this with the smoothie queue topology? It starts to change the shape of the filter cutoff so that our low frequency has a sharper cutoff than it would otherwise do because we're reintroducing this middle band rather than just removing it entirely. The frame rate is my poor old computer doing it. So this is what you get with this new form of filter, is that if you use this topology for it, it reassembles incredibly well into high fidelity stuff, but it stops following all the same rules because of the way it's being recombined. And so you end up with when you're doing extremely aggressive cuts, you end up with a slant EQ in the middle, even as we go to aggressively extreme cutoffs. Now see here, I think what's happening is I don't think I have my slow filter. The slow filter is using a literal zero. The biquads are not, because the biquads have something built in to stop them from just engaging on subsonics. So what I can do, since it doesn't seem to be hurting it any, is I can nudge this up. Until I still have a subsonic, but it's engaging. And if we set that to 0, we have the super steep, this is literally these two filters going down as far as they can go. It's like 180 dB down. If we put it back in, it's acting on the flat side. But then as we continue to pull it back, we're continuing to see that behavior where this form of filter, and I'm not 100% certain on this, I'm going to have to make the 4-band to do it. This filter gives you a tighter cutoff at the low part of the shelf. and a slower cutoff swooping up to the high part of the shelf. I can plainly see it's swooping down here, but then it gradually reaches this point. That's probably good. That's probably doing no harm. Maximum, we're down to 144 dB, and that's a pretty continuous curve. And we've got that slope again. We've got that slope again, where it wants to engage more and more effectively the closer you get to that. Well, let's find out. Here's our one pole low pass on the end of everything else. It has been redesigned according to Medjai's. It's looking pretty good to me. So we can expect a certain amount of cramping. And I think we're seeing it. But I also think a lot of the behavior here is really nice. Well, the one pole high pass, that is something that we do have on tap. Ooh, we could make it make a horrible noise. I clicked it and it went, no. It makes noises. You can make it make noises by yanking the controls around. I'm comfortable with that. Okay, so here's our high pass. Mind you, we've also got our biquads in there. So it's not doing much because we need to bring this up to where it'll do something. This is again strictly just the high pass. I don't know, we've got our bass down to about negative 108. There's C36, and so we've got about 100 dB across how many octaves? This is not bad. You might say it's working poorly, but from where I'm standing, I think that's just fine. It drops down real nice. Maybe this could be used for the low pass and high pass. I'll do an even steeper isolator filter for this one and just run that on top of everything else. Or simply use it as part of this equation, just add even more bands. That could work. Alrighty, so you gotta give me a moment. I will fire up a little more pleasing noise. Somebody was asking for this. Oh, I bet that's not compiled together into a track. Never mind. This. Be right back. didn't take all that long. So I can close down some of these notes and things, because we got there. There is that additional thing, and it worked. I have a different way of doing some of these things. Maybe I should use that. Don't mind me. I think we're just going to do like random little fussing over things towards the end of the stream, because I am a little tired from getting through all that. I'm very pleased that I did, though. We'll probably be able to rejoin this on Tuesday and run with it and do more things with it. And that's pretty exciting. I don't think I'm up to adding the 2 mid-range bands today. Or I also don't think I'm up to figuring out how the frequencies work when you have 4 bands and you've got frequency controls that are specifying what the middle frequency of the 2 crossovers to either side of it are, because that's just messy. Anyways, the top and the bottom ones are more straightforward. They don't have to cover the full range either. Well, Shiv, thank you. I'm in fact using them in Console X, in my control surface right over there. And the funny thing about it is they don't necessarily sound as great as they might. They have a perfectly decent sound, but I'm pretty sure that this Smooth EQ2 that I'm working on will pretty much demolish them tonally. I feel like that can be just way the heck better. So one thing I'm wondering about is what happens if let's do some of the experiments I'm going to need to do. So this is all up and running. These are 2 crossovers. Q for mid-high. Q for low-mid. Let's see what starts happening when I start playing with those. I'm going to want J and K for them. I could even make it, they're defaulting to 0.5. We'll do this. Can't be A, needs to be J and K. Those are available to use, however, so we should be just fine with that. So now if those are defaulting to 0.5, it's set up exactly the way that we did. If it goes to 0, we will be feeding Q factors of 0 into everything that isn't the exponential function. If it goes to 2, all of the frequencies will go into resonant mode. Let's see what happens. So let's see. So param D and param E. I I think that means mid-high is going to be the first batch and low-mid is going to be the second. So reso is what we're going to be updating. Everything except for the exponential. So if they're at exactly 0.5, then the math is correct, but we get to make the math not be correct to see what it does. It'll take it from the accurate amounts to like 4.4, 4.48, which is a very steep Q. And then everything else is also going to steepenify. So it's going to be very exaggerated. It's going to be aggressive. Low mid Q. And low mid Q. And low mid Q. Oh, I made a mistake. What have we got here? Oh, we didn't do the simplest of things. Good. Well, we've got that fixed. Build succeeded. Smooth the Q. Back to our, I'm going to play audio through this before it's 5. Not just noise. But for now, we're going to continue to look at the noise. Also, I don't know what's in the trash, but I don't care. It's gone. Where are we at? Noise. Effect stacks. So what strange behavior are we going to see by meddling with these now? Here's the top one. If we lower the Q, that's what you get when you lower Q. I wonder if it will break or explode if I literally hit 0. Let's find out. Yeah, it died. It died. Got to restart. So that's going to need to have itself trapped into some normal range. I don't get to do that too aggressively. But we know how to do that. That's one of the things I was going to look up, in fact, was changing some of these piles of if statements to our min-max, min-max, or vice versa, max-min. We'll change it to our min-mix statements, and then we'll mix all of them in. That's right. Perhaps not. Let's get back to that, but this time not break it. So the Q2. Off we go again. Cut that again. Set the crossover lower. And now if we cut this down, sure enough, that's a very, very gentle slope. Still works. But we got into incredibly mellow slopes there. So that range of adjustment seems useful. Now that we've got it set to, let's pick right around 1 or 2K so we can really hear it. Then when we increase the Q, and I'm probably going to be better off now it's really quiet, so if we go into crazy oscillations with the resonant filter, we can see what it does. Let's see how far we can push this crazy thing. that's not actually that far. There we go. So now we're not really clipping. No, we're not clipping at all. And we can play with what that sounds like as a filter. And in fact, we can make the other filter do the same thing and see what kind of wave shapes we get off of that, because... Ooh, interesting. I see something. I think I see something. No, wait, I don't, because we didn't update it, that's all. So here we are back to normal. Shouldn't be doing anything to the tone anymore. And indeed it is not, even though it's super steep. But if we cut our mids, well, isn't that interesting? If we do our steep filter, it also works on the back slope. So that's the secret way of steepening up the rest of it. If we cancel it out completely, well, now we're clipping a little bit, so let's dial that back. We do have a resonant quality happening. It's happening on the top edge of the filter. It's not doing that much as far as increasing the maximum cancellation in there. It's definitely resonant. Yeah, it doesn't get us any more floor, but does do some things. That's right up there where it's annoying. Let's see what it sounds like to tone it down a hair. More of a cut. Less of a cut. We got a pretty good range around there. We've got a pretty good range around the 1.0, meaning we can do this math by simply taking the filter width there and calling it 0.5 plus the value. That'll still give us a tonal shaping up to about yay much. Weird how only some of these help. It's very sensitive, isn't it? Yeah, that's a lovely sharp little plateau there. Imagine having these in a joystick so you can move around the position of it. and also zoom in on something like that. We can even boost against each other. Going up to our maximum resonant peak, which is really quite hot. And then just by moving the frequencies apart, it turns into a flat-topped goofy thing. With only the mids and the other ones at 0. And then if we were to return to the Butterworth form, we got this. Seems legit. Yeah, I think that's going to work. Let's bounce out of here and do the thing I was talking about. That will get me all the variation I need. And the only remaining thing is, what must I do to have the frequency control move both of the edges? But then the other thing I need to do is add that additional crossover. So I have an idea towards that, which I think might be appropriate. So we're going to start with renaming these more usefully. So we don't have Bessel A. This is our mid-high. I guess that means we're going to have a mid-IIR. A mid-IIR, right? Or we could... See, the thing that's bugging me is I'm going to want to move the frequencies of 2 of these at once, so I'm trying to come up with what the correct naming for it is. Maybe mid is in fact correct. I could simply go in and, like, high, mid, low could be the crossovers, and then I have to worry about moving them independently. I'm warming to that. Let's see if I can make it work renaming it to high and low. If I can rename it to high and low, then I can put an additional one called mid in there and run with it that way. We can also rename this. And then rename this. Come on, you. There you go. Lovely. Now it's not going to work, but I'm on that. But not before dealing with all of this. ABC is going to be high ABC. DEF is going to be low ABC. Boom. And we're just going to change everything in scope. We don't have everything because we changed some of that stuff in other places in the file, but all the same, still ought to work. And as you can see, the reason I'm not just editing those in place is because I get to change whole batches of them if I edit it where it's being defined. That's not everything, but it's close. Here's the biquad stuff. Don't need to worry about that right now. And here's where I do need to worry about that. So and I don't think I can edit this in place. Can I? I can. Cool. Okay, that's exactly what I need to do. And that fits with everything else. And likewise, okay, in theory that worked. In theory that worked. I guess we can find out. First, let's see if it builds. It did. Secondly, we'll play around with actual noise because it's getting very close to taco time. I have done my work as far as what I needed to do there. So now we can boost things, like lows. This is very sensitive, oh my god. Boost highs. Oh, it died. I know what happened. I forgot to copy it over into its place. So none of that stuff that I did actually signifies. Here's what I gotta do. Just goes to show you, you grind away like this. Hopefully I'm doing wonderful things, but in the process of it, I'm acting the fool. Let's try that again, this time without the part that makes it crash and die. Back over into here, and that's where we left it, sure enough. Highs. Sharper cutoff and highs. Crash. Except for it's not a crash. Instead, what we have is the ability to boost or cut. and sharpen up the frequency. Steep, shallow, steep, shallow. Same for bass. Steep, shallow, steep. That's just all mid-range though, so let me move that up a little bit. So there's a lower mid sound. It'll start right up again. So, intense bass cut, steep, shallow. That'll do just fine. So, where have we got so far? We've got Smooth EQ revised in a very helpful way. Thanks to Mitch Eyes. And the IIR filter addition to it is something that can be used in a bunch of different things as well. Honestly, I can't see why I would want to use anything else at this stage. It's cheaper than a biquad filter, and yet it's cheaper than a biquad filter and freaks out less when the control is moved abruptly than a biquad filter. And yet it still gives you another layer of, see, where do I have this in recent files under preview? Let's find out. I will show you if I do. Bingo. Alrighty, so here's what we learned. You can do a Butterworth filter like this. You can ramp up the resonance or not as you see fit. As you continue going to higher order filters, you get to use fewer instances of biquads and get the same result. This is very interesting, for instance. You could have a Q value of exactly 1 and then one of these infinite impulse response exponential filters, and they apparently combine to exactly a Butterworth filter. See, to me that's interesting. That is quite a thing to notice. Also, if you do 3 of them, you get a 5th order filter, and it's using the golden ratio for things, so that's always fun. Who knew that all of these things would come out of being able to use the exponential filter in there as part of the math that we're doing? Because it ends up giving you the correct math. Mitch Eyes was actually helping me get an even more accurate measurement on it, and yes, granted, it's going to be imperfect around the cutoff frequency for, it's going to run into problems around Nyquist. It's going to run into problems around 0. But the neat thing about this, right, golden ratio, absolutely 100%. 100% I'm going to make one like that. Because the less processing should also help it, although it won't matter because remember, we're doing all of this processing and then busting it up into however many layers of processing it has, or however many bands. We're doing the processing and then we're splitting it off into bands, which are all just, constructive solid geometry. They're all subtractively related to each other. What that means is it doesn't matter whether the math is inaccurate or not. because if the math is inaccurate or over-resonant or something like that, the adjacent band is the opposite. If you make it go flat, or any gain level relative to that, it will be reconstructed to perfect. That's what Smooth EQ is about. And it really worked, and it seems to be working great on biquad filters and exponential filters and all that other kind of stuff. But the neat thing about it is, so I have Bessel A, B, and C, and Bessel D, E, and F, which I'm going to be renaming, and that's all cool and good. And they're set up to be a 6th order filter. But if I went to the golden ratio one, supposing I decided I just wanted it to be, I think I'm keeping what I've got though. I like the fact that it went to 7th order, still clean as a whistle. But if I went to 5, that would be very little difference in steepness for a filter that's way cheaper to run. And you only get to run one of these for each of the odd-numbered orders. It always comes back around again. But for the odd-numbered orders, you get to run one of those. You can go with a Butterworth filter that has this much fall off and then radically increases efficiency for very little added CPU. That seems really neat and cool. Also, again, the fact that when you do that, those I keep saying IAR, but it's not technically that. I've been using them forever, but biquads are also infinite impulse response. But these simplest order filters are almost immune to freaking out when you move the control around a lot. So it's going to be even smoother to modulation. To the point, I think, where, so a biquad, you can modulate it, yeah. It might be kind of weird and freaky. That's what my X, Y, and Z plugins were about, was setting that up and learning to smooth the controls. And the whole concept of the Z filters was that in the, what was it, Ensoniq EMU, something like that, they had filters built in that were like, what do they call them, the Q filters, where you modulated the like the array values that I arrive at, and that's how they mutated those things. Well, when you do that, the filter can sometimes freak out. But if you do that with a 3rd order filter, that is even steeper than the straight up Butterworth filter, but this part can't freak out. The biquad can freak out, but it has half of the weight and intensity of using purely biquads. Like you use 2 biquads, you have even steeper of a filter, but it's even more prominent to freak out. I think I had 3 of them for the Z filters. Actually, for the Z filters, specifically, I'm introducing another level, and all the levels are exactly Butterworth, because that's how those ones were made, and so I made it match. But if we used like a 5th order filter, then any freak out that the biquads do is only 2/3 of the final output, and the exponential filter is immune from doing weird things if you move it suddenly. So this is all very cool. Also, isn't it cute that we keep having stuff reappear? Like 3rd order filter, you get one of the exponential filters, and the Q of this one is exactly 1. I gotta wonder whether that has any qualities I need to know about with it, because it's slightly resonant, but what aspects of the calculations could be left out if you know you're multiplying by exactly 1? That's a silly question, because I can look it up, because I've got a biquad filter sitting literally right here. Alrighty, so biquad reso. If it was literally 1, how do we define by quad reso, where does it show up? Well, it will be divided by this, so you could just, if you were doing it, you could leave this part out and just go. And you could leave it out in this calculation as well. Meaning you could leave this divide out, I think. I'm going to want to figure out what the precedence thing is and throw in parentheses around these where they are needed. Because I think what we're looking at is 1, it would end up being 1 plus k times k. And if I'm not mistaken, if biquad reso is 1, this just goes away. So I might be looking at a way of instantiating a filter that is very cheap to do this setup, to do this calculation. And that seems cool. Seems cool that you can do that. And it shows up again and again. Like, it shows up in these two places, meaning that you could leave out these divides completely. And yeah, that would make the setup go that much faster, because you're no longer having to do this part, because it's just a 1. And you still get to a third order Butterworth using it. Whereas if you wanted to go completely bonkers, but you were still a little bit concerned about using too much stuff, you could do a 9th order filter. The first part is the exponential filter. And then the second one down from the most resonant part at the beginning is 1, so you get to leave 2 divides out because they won't matter. Or if you did a 15th order filter, same deal. One of them is the exponential filter, and 1 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a divide by 1. So it makes very little difference at that stage, but still, it's a thing. And on that note, I think this has been a very successful live stream. As far as tinkering with this, it's not nearly done. I might end up, I don't know whether I'm going to do the making it into a 4-band Tuesday, or whether I'll have done it by then. I do have a whole plugin to post, which is the tape hack plugin for this weekend, so I got to focus on that a little bit. But where these things are going seems pretty exciting. I'm kind of liking that. And what's not to like? Seems pretty cool. So on that note, it is 100% taco time, and I feel I have earned them today. And I'll talk to you later. Hope you like getting to have tape hack, because I'm giving you tape hack this coming weekend. And then I'll see you the following week, I guess. Bye-bye.